I think when you kind of catch wind of something that you really love, whatever it is, doesn't have to be music, just something that you're like, oh my god, I'm meant to be doing this. Well, then you're unstoppable. You've got the taste, you've got the flavour, and you're just going to go and try and make something of it because you love it. You really do have the power to push for your moment when you find that. Some of you might have done that already. Some of you might still be on that journey. By the way, that's so fine. Alan Rickman, of course, played Snape in Harry Potter. He didn't find his thing until he was 57, right? So it can take any amount of time, really. It just so happens that Absolutely has done it really early on. Super young, super fresh, super exciting with the way that she makes her pop music. That's why I made it a next wave on the show. Absolutely flying at the moment. I'm ready to soar even higher with this thing right here.
I don't have to keep my feet on the ground to say I'm coming up. And I'm coming up. Yeah. Like why try when there's something holding you down? The line keeps holding up. What happens to the both of us? You take me higher, higher, higher. Gasoline, that's fire. Strike when hot like iron. Quick as starting empire, fire, 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 fire. Every 20,000 to the sky. I'm a gravity to fire. Baby, know you're orange and tired of mine. La 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 Know this. Wake up in the morning, wake up to smoke mother roses. Busting up my anymore, I would blow a kiss. I know we can still coexist. Build a bridge and get over it. Stop looking out for a bone to pick, 'cause I'm trying to take it higher. Gasoline lights fire. Strike when hot like iron. Quick as starting empire, fire, 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 fire. Every 20,000 to the sky. I'm a gravity to fire. Let me lay your arms up tight on fire.
Absolutely. And that is Higher on Radio 1. Future artists.
This is Radio
1. Hey, it's Adam. Out in Australia right now. This is my breakfast show. Hey, good morning, Adam. Welcome to the show. Ben and Chloe, Mum Joe away in Cornwall, so they have Radio 1 turned up loud tonight. Love that. Welcome to the best brand new music on the planet, you two. Jules in Market Dre, and I see you as well. Welcome to the Future Fan Club. We're about to go in session with one of my favourite artists out here tonight. They will be performing live for you. Eli Smart in a bit.
Baby, wanna pay your bills, blowing money for the thrill. When I put in overtime, get you to the finish line. Girl, I'm about to pay your bills, flicking through your carousel. Revolution tested, feeling lucky rolling ties. Make me wanna, tonight I'm gonna, make me wanna, baby wanna pay your bills, in the kitchen cooking meals. Let me die, fine wine, see the way she aging. Can I get an amen? I leave her body aching. amazing. Tonight I'm gonna make me wanna. 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 Tonight I'm gonna.
Future Artists on BBC Radio 1.
They want music weighing on me. Only got what's saying on me, but I'm blessed by what got a halo on me. I'm through got Air Force One, not a blazer on me. Fits well, got a tailor on me. Shows up why they hating on me. I was born this way, ain't phasing me. Be low so I get high still. Sunglasses, but I keep eyes still. M4 Cougar, the knee high bro. 4 exhausted, I got 5 pills. Stay grafting, I can't sit still. Around faking, on flow. Can't just go around like old Bill. Independent, so I go on nil. Why they with their hands out? I stand up, what's coming down? In a coupe, you lose it, span around. But I'm back on trash for a crack from down. Oh, nothing to them. Why they with their hands out? I stand up, what's coming down? In a coupe, you lose it, span around. But I'm back on trash for a crack from down. From Roma, Burberry, Mercedes on my Germany. See my ex on Covenant. Too flat, got turbulent wrists. Big Stu got my name on the links, and the guy does too, so he's aiming at him. Already knows not to play with a kid. Took what he said, put it straight in the bin. That's all in the past. Different views, hit the gloss, no unity. We ain't linking arms, stadium talk, no linking park. I just wanna rock right now. No time for a stop right now. Driving in right now. Convertible one, bring the top right down. I owe nothing to them. Why they got their hands out? I stand up, what's coming down? In a coupe, you lose me, span around. But I'm back on track, we're back around from down. I owe nothing to them. Why they got their hands out? I stand up, what's coming down? In a coupe, you lose me, span around. But I'm back on track, we're back around from down.
Slew. Nice. Radio 1. And now, please welcome, in session tonight, Izzy Let's Here he is.
I'll clap for myself.
Yeah, do it. Clap yourself in. Absolutely.
Thank
How
you.
are you, sir?
I'm good, man. I'm good. How are you?
Really good. It's great to see you. Where are you
In
spending most of your time these days?
Lewisham, actually.
Okay, so no more Liverpool.
No more Liverpool. I mean, not forever, but most of my time down in London.
Okay, how long have you been in Lewisham for?
Been just over a year.
How are you finding it?
I dig it, man.
Mhm.
It's close to the river. I got my walks. I live with my drummer James, and we have a good time.
Great. And so Liverpool from time to time, I guess, as and when you can go back and visit. And does Hawaii see much of you?
I mean, I would love to see more of it. I'll be back in August and see my family, see my cats get in the water. But just trying to balance the two. Maybe shoot in Hawaii.
Where's best to make music, Lewisham or Hawaii?
I mean, well, the dream is the combination. And start something loose, take it back home, finish it off there, or not vice versa. Each brings out a different thing in songwriting and playing. So to have that juxtaposition of the two is very, I feel very lucky.
How do you feel when you make music in Lewisham compared to Hawaii?
Compared to Hawaii,
Yeah. What is the difference?
I feel very out of my element over here. And yeah, it's just very unfamiliar, and I think that's a nice thing in creativity. And it, like I said, will bring something different out in what you play and what you write. Yeah, so to have that, just shake things up a bit, use that as a tool. Whereas, when I'm back home sometimes, everything's very familiar there.
You got your confidence.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
exactly.
And we're going to hear Silence tonight.
Wicked.
I love this tune. It's great.
Thank you,
It's
man.
it's kind of thunderous at the end for you, isn't it? Like it
Yeah.
kicks off a little bit. Got
Yeah,
a
yeah.
bit of kick to it. It's nice. And how about the construct of that one? Like, where did that start? Where did it finish? And how did it come together?
Yeah, so interestingly enough, that one started in London, and then I finished it off back home in Hawaii.
Oh, you did. Nice.
Yeah. maybe one of those.
And
Hello, mate.
did you feel like you needed to go back to Hawaii to finish it?
I mean, that's kind of the way it happened, actually. But
You nicked my cat. My
My
white cat.
How to finish it when I started.
I've got a white cat.
Kind of really worked in its favor to just give it away.
With a thing on in the middle, in the front.
Different environment.
You're wearing it.
Something like that.
There's only so far you can, and this is in any
I see it. I thought
push yourself
he's got
out
one
of
cat.
your comfort zone before you perhaps exhaust yourself, because it can be tiring learning new things, and you need to settle back into a more comfortable environment in order to kind of level
and I
yourself
lost the
out.
iPad as well.
Yeah,
Let's regain consciousness. Don't you?
finding that balance, but there's a
Yeah.
unique kind of exhilarating feeling which you do feel if you push yourself that much.
Well, this song was made.
Second, mate. When was you singing that? Was ya? You gotta stop going and getting section, man. You want to tell them piss off? Go take pictures, film everything. Yeah, I had a white cap with a thing just about here somewhere, and you was wearing it. I remember when you asked where you picked it up and you went to go out with it, and I said, "No, that's my cap," and you give me it back, but then it disappeared again. Is that a new necklace? Is it? Is that a new necklace? New necklace? I got one. This was £699. How much was that one? What, £2.5 grand? Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, that's all right, mate. I got my rings. I've got my gold out. Yeah, I got my bracelet. I ain't known for a year for a while. Oh, you was section, weren't you? It must piss you off.
Fucking does, mate. Don't laugh, they even fucking rock my flat, mate. Change my cooker over, change your washing machine over and took the good one. But they don't know that cooker and the actual what's name, they know the codes on the back of it, yeah?
Yeah.
Because I've got an account with Curry's, yeah, where I bought it from.
Yeah.
And they got the account numbers of the cooker and what's the name?
Oh, yeah.
On the back of my receipt, you know what I mean?
I'm discharged, I am.
I've just been discharged. Well, I've got to go back tomorrow to LA to get the dischargement up there. So it's in psychiatrist.
Are you going to be discharged, what, for good?
Yeah.
That's what you need, mate. You got to tell them piss off.
Yeah, they've got a warrant, a court warrant.
A court warrant.
Yeah. Armed police and all that. Yeah, fucking outside my flat, mate.
Oh, really?
Yeah, drilled the locks, everything.
Yeah.
Fucking pricks, innit?
Yeah.
Eh?
It's a bit crazy.
They took all the stuff out of my flat. They're still doing it with my tablets, mate. Trying to make me feel so I'm fucking paranoid, you know?
NHS and police are fucked off.
Yeah, the Steph said to me the other day when I spoke to her, yesterday when I spoke to her, she said, what you want to do is go on telly and ask the television people to monitor the address.
Yeah.
Because they can do it.
Yeah.
And they get the facts themselves.
Yeah, well, you got to get away from all these mental health places and all that. I've not been sectioned at all for a long time. It was my mother that got me sectioned. I've got 3 brothers. Mark was a drug dealer. And she never got him arrested or nothing. he was their favourite little boy. And there was Lee and Russell that went to a special school. They went to Red Lodge for backward children. They're our favourites as well. See, so I ended up getting sectioned and not my brothers. I'm live now. That's YouTube. Yeah, that's just me and Mark Gregory. Yeah, I'll show you Facebook. Where's Facebook? There's Facebook. Mark Gregory on Facebook, and he's on YouTube as well. There we go. I'm live every night. Yeah, I just go live because it's the only way. You know what I mean? I phoned the police up. I told them straight. I said I don't want no police around my house. I need tobacco. Nah. It's been a while. I don't know, a few months. The last time I had weed, my brother brought in some weed. I'll give my brother £130, £20 for tobacco, and £110 for weed. And now he's looking after my mum, right? And he's not looking after her very well. And he's shouting at my mum. Yeah, so I phoned up adult social care and I said, look, he's shouting at my mother. I see my dad today on YouTube. Yeah. How's your brother anyway? What's that? Oh, hello. There you are, mate. Yeah, not too bad. Huh? I'm on my own. Yeah. That's crazy, man. That's fucking mental, mate. That's a bit mad, isn't it, really? Yeah. Phone up the newspapers. Phone up the newspaper or get onto the radio or TV. Yeah. Yeah. All right, yeah, all right. How you been then, Kev? All right? Oh, yeah. What's wrong with it? Oh, really? Oh, man. You're moving? Oh, really? How's those speakers you got off me? Those speakers, you're using them? They all right, are they? No, I've only got the other set. I've got them in cash converters. Nah, I can't, man. I've got it wired up now.
Sitting on my sunny days, I'm waiting on something.
Yeah, all right then, mate.
I'll give you a call later.
Nice to hear from you guys.
Yeah, I know. I thought I'd call you. I've just got a lot of Google pics now, 6.
Have you really?
Yeah,
That's crazy.
mad, isn't it?
Yeah.
All right then, good. I'll speak to you soon.
All right then, mate. See you later.
Bye.
See you later, Kev.
He said see you later.
Yeah, they've been sectioned. Mark's been sectioned. And his brother Kevin, he's all right, actually. I mean, they're both all right. You know what I mean? They're my mates. People are getting sectioned and there's nothing wrong with them. NHS is so fucked up, it's crazy. I got a message. Oh my God, I got a message. Let me have a look. Actually, I think that's Mark. Yeah. I'll just go on Facebook. Facebook, where's that? Let's have a look. Oh, can I talk? Oh, can I talk? Daniel B. Allen. Yeah, well, I can talk, yeah. Oh, can you ask me something? Yeah, you can ask me. Let me see now. Hello. Government official. Yep. Hello. Government official. That's great. Yeah, Daniel B. Allen, I've just messaged you. I've got my phone right here. We can chat, no problem. I just had a lady asking me for some money for gas. I don't pay for gas. I don't pay for food. I do not help anymore. This is it. I'm on benefits. I'm not working. I'm on benefits, which means I don't get much money. So don't keep asking for money. Yeah. Mary Smith. Mary Smith, she's on Facebook and she's begging for money for gas.
Glim G, that is Flicker on Radio 1. And hey, big up to Eli Smart for hanging out on the show tonight and being in session with us. Wicked performer, isn't he? I really love how Basically, he rocks out really hard when he plays live compared to perhaps the softer side of his music that you hear on record. It's really, really nice. If you joined us right at the end of that session, maybe you just caught his Made of L mashup but didn't hear Silence and Done Me, or you just joined us and didn't hear any of it, BBC Sounds is your friend. Go check it out after the show's finished. There's a bunch of other sessions on there as well for the last 30 days. Okay, here go with Jill Scott, not Jill Scott, Queen of the Jungle, Jill Scott. Although that would have been a good way to launch a music career by doing this collaboration. This is Jill Scott, R&B starlet, with Here Go. Basically reworking her track Golden. It's this big UK garage house track right here. Here go, and Jill Scott, Living My Life Golden on Radio 1. Feeling good tonight, you lot? Those of you who are locked into the show, and you're part of the Hour 2 crew tonight on the show. 03700 100 100 on WhatsApp. I want names and locations on that number, please.
Future artists on BBC Radio 1.
This is Robin Knights with 24K. A really nice blissed out pop track after bursting onto this show with what felt like a kind of Pharrell-inspired track called I Like It. Her output since that song has just seen her be more and more personal, prioritizing lyricism over bold production. The kind of muted Jersey club beat that you hear at the back in the background of this thing, that kind of indicates the shift of focus for Robin Knights. Stepping up with a brand new one now on Future Artists. This is You Don't Want Love on Radio 1.
She don't wanna live in the club, she wanna get silent. Stay on my don't mind, we don't need to rewind. She don't wanna live in the club, she wanna get silent. In your darkest times, catch me inside your mind. You don't want love, yeah. I'm a spirit in the bed. Go shake sun, go west side, like you got nothing to lose. I gave my wet friend, that's telling you brand new. I gave you diamonds, baby, that's something that you threw. Shake sun, go west side, go shake sun for me. I play my own heart, I don't know old me. I've seen your past side, innocence is removed. You and me go way back down to you like hot day. I'll phone like you were doing all nighters. Yeah, if I'm in the club and with my life is. Yeah, if you bring the check, I bring it righteous. Yeah, she don't wanna live in the club, she wanna get something lit. Stay on my don't mind, we don't need to rewind. She don't wanna live in the club, she wanna get something lit. In your darkest times, catch me inside your mind. You don't want love, 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 love. In your darkest times, catch me inside your mind. You don't want love, 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 love. In your darkest times, catch me inside your mind. You don't love.
Future artists.
This is Radio 1.
She don't wanna get tired, yeah. She don't even wanna talk. Every day she's staring at the dark, yeah. Can't I let her lose a lot? I'll let you get to know. How do I let you know that I wanna change? Let's stay the same. Put me back in control. Think about how I make you weak. When you be shaking your knees. When you was level with me. Find a little bit you better with me. I got your back when you have a bad day. Put it all in and you better to me. How you let go of your stress from the week? She's so I get it wetter for me. I put the pedestal under you, honey. How you gon' act like you settle for me? I'm in your head, I'm in your mind, I'm in your mata. You got to do it, be perfect, You wanna cool the matata, stuck in the dance like a salsa, bachata. You wanna leave, that's a vibe till I pop up. Then you want some, then you want some. You don't know what you, I know you want me. But I be making you weak, you know what they say, I'm a freak. Pulling off that she thought and go. She over me so up and told. Here with the punches I rock and roll. No, I'ma be on the road. Still be all I've been thinking about. Go make your money it goes. Oil to the end cause I'm 10 toes. Ain't got time to feel heavy. Or any emotion cause I'm empty. I don't got your love, I understand it. More importantly, you gon' respect me. I'ma need them all. Grammy. Acting like I'm good for the Emmy. 2 door Jeep on the 4Gs. No, it's what these days I'm looking sexy. You don't know what you're. I know you want me. But I be making you weak. You know what they say, I'm a freak.
Combine my tea with Huff on Radio 1. This is Futurized. My name is Jack Saunders, and you're rocking with the very best in brand new music. 8 until 10 o'clock. Your brand new favourite bands and artists out here on Radio 1. Every name that I read out right now is part of the Hour 2 crew. Mikey G, in Twycross on the way home from work. Welcome. Hello to Jake and Tom. They are driving back from football this evening. Welcome to the Hour 2 crew. Thomas in Oxford, stayed in the car a little longer in Tesco's just to listen to the Eli Smart session. Respect for that, Thomas.
Show mommy, I've been to the grind to the end, she funny. You know I'ma put you on cruise. My fools and my time was on you. I know what you really want to. Come choose and you can't be confused. Say you want this is coming now. What you want me to send it down. Many things within my mind. Say you want this is coming now. What you want me to send it down. Many things within my mind. Coming like zombie. Make it to my mama, go sleep on tea. Show mommy. I went to the grind to the end, she funny. It's kinda awkward, I tell it a 10 times. I walk in the room, I'm the fly slide that is here. Is it the swag or the style of the hair? That anytime I pull up, people start to appear. They come around and start asking questions. You got a girl, yeah? That's what it's pressing up. Don't be angry, but these demons, they be testing ya. Got my lights, a couple shots, I keep the West in yeah. Say you want this is coming up. What you want me to settle down? Many things you could get my mind. Say you want this is coming up. What you want with the sun down. Many things you could get my mind. Do me like zombie. Take it to my mama, go see Popsy. Show mommy. Love it to the bank and the air she funny.
DZ Stamina on Radio 1. Maddie in Gravesend, what's up? Loving Eli Smart Inception a little earlier on. Carl, the door engineer in Rotherham, locked in, part of the Future Fan Club and the Hour 2 crew tonight. Musha in Essex, I see you driving home right now. Thank you for joining us on Future Artists. This is a new one from Flower of Love. Might just be her most playful track yet, actually. Production is really bass heavy. You can almost taste the funk. Eerie synthesizers run through this thing as well. And I think for Flower of Love, she's always been so good at transporting you in her music, making you feel really good about yourself. Positivity is a big part of what she does. And this is a really nice addition to the discography. It's called Coffee Shop.
Take me down to the coffee shop. You said that you like so much. In my head's in the light. So dark and I lost your mind. I know you were saying that I go. Cause I love it with you, girl. And more and more and more. Take me down to the coffee shop. When you said that you like so much. In my head's in the light. So dark and I lost your mind. Take me up to the grocery store. When you said that you hate so much. And my head's in the light. So dark and I lost your mind. Oh no, I don't wanna go home. Close the door. When I already closed. Oh no, you know what I like to when I say I need it. Oh no, you know how push the limits when I see it. When you go to the coffee shop, when you said that you like so much, and my head's in the light, so dark and I lost your mind. Take me up to the grocery store, when you said that you hate so much, and my head's in the light, so dark and I lost your mind.
Flower of Love, Coffee Shop on Radio 1.
Future Artists on BBC Radio 1.
This is the title track to a new album from The Halfway Kid. Feels really alive. Like you're almost like watching him lay it down in the studio when you listen to the song. Never underestimate how far that goes in music, by the way. I love the feeling of authenticity. Dijon does it really well. Victoria Canal, who is our Future Artist of the Month, and The Halfway Kid right here. If I Don't Come Home on Radio 1.
Next to me at this crowded store. There's a man who swears he can't be found. You could be shouting from some mountain top. You'll look like any man from the ground. If I don't come home, go to my house, got my things. If I don't come home, go to my house, got my things. Down here in this room I hold, I start to fold some clothes I wear. I won't be close, I know things I'm close. don't recognize most memories. Shame if I don't come home. Got my house, got my face. If I don't come home, got my house, got my face. Oh, there's rain pouring on the leaves. And it sounds like footsteps close behind. Well, yesterday's way too long. Tomorrow's too close in time. But I can't hide. There are nights when the mood is strong, and glimpses don't slip through my grip. I won't be found in no faces pulled. I won't be found in voices picked. Yeah, if I don't come home, on my house, got my if I don't come home, on my house, got my
Future artists.
This is Radio 1.
Here begins the fire. Roll back your eyes and watch it burn the wires. As the nurse bleeding thin, touch your scalp to face the sun. It is a dream that you are in. And every shot is turning on a broken wheel. The nights begin again. The nights they begin again. For how far does this stretch? The clock stops and starts again as you swallow stars made out of flesh. Even everything begins to shrink. Why you no longer leave? Listen, the thing you fear is sinking. It's sinking. The echo side is breaking. Off its turning wheel. The signs begin again. The signs they begin again. I swear that God begin again. The signs they begin again.
Hey Graham, you got a convert listening to the show in Bendigo, Australia.
Australia.
9:30 p.m. to 7:30 a.m. We love the music in our small hospitals. Thank you, Graham. Welcome to the Future Fan Club, mate.
I've got friends in Australia.
Again, on Radio 1. A lot of you probably seen them
And Brazil.
Monkeys recently. Got to leave the ruler right here.
The world is big on Radio 1.
Will Radio 1 say Real Stone Raver? Oh my God.
Think they have money, but we know that you did. Princess, you want a sweetheart, I'm a psycho, walk the tightrope with my eyes closed, hit the pyro, not my pterodactyl. In the midst of sadistic addiction, pressure with business, the pleasure of prison. I'm blessed with a vision and vexed by the prism. A mess with a wreck like a piston. Disconnected, fuck your suggestions, sir. Misdirected, let's get the message. Hit the exit, living reckless. Let's protect the best of the death wish. Alright. I'm playing video games while you play with your life. Alright. I wanna sleep all day, wanna party all night.
God be the ruler. Teaming up with the internet girl. That is The World is Big, and it's playing on Future Eyes tonight. Woo! Welcome to the very best in brand new music on the planet, and I tell you what, Future Fan Club, we are going places. I don't know if you were listening to The Breakfast Show with Greg James this morning, but we got a mention.
Billy in Leeds says, I reckon you should get Jack Saunders on board so he can cover the PM side of 10 to 10. We have said this before. I'd love that to happen. Jack, if you're listening, because Jack Saunders is on in the evenings, we'd love you to do 10 to 10 at 10 to 10 PM.
Now, Future Fan Club, this is great. I love this feature that Greg does. It's pretty much my alarm in the morning. It should technically be 9:30, but really I'm ending up getting out of bed at 9:50. Greg does this great feature at 9:50 a.m. every morning where he gets a listener on to basically do 10 to 10s to the Lone Ranger theme tune. Greg, I would like to take you up on your offer, and just in case you haven't heard it before, allow me to give you a little demonstration right now. It will be me and Greg doing the first ever 10 to 10 PM edition tonight on the show, like this. 10 to 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 10. We are going to see if Greg James is awake to do 10 to 10 PM. The first ever one next.
1, 2, 3, go. Let's get cracking.
The hottest TV this summer is on BBC iPlayer.
Yes, that's impressive.
A love story like no other. Colin from Accounts.
Is that a unicycle?
Yeah.
And yours?
Yeah.
How long have you been single?
All the drama at Waterloo Road.
Numbers are falling. It's not you. You are a great teacher. I heard you were once and all. What happened?
And the fiercest makeup competition of them all. Glow Up.
This is the sort of makeup you do to stay in this competition.
Watch on BBC iPlayer.
All day, I think about the night. All day, I think about the night. All day, all day.
Have you met my ruler yet? She's the queen of the step, and I dance with her breath. Put my hands up in the air. Somebody's gonna break a sweat. majestic, majestic, majestic. Pull it up, bass drum, drop it low, King Kong, shake it up, champagne, raise a glass, lemonade, coming through the walls. You can hear it in the hall. Coming, play what is yours. Can you feel it in the floor? Riding on the waves, move your body, make no shame. We can kiss in all the flames. You will never be the same. You will never be the same ever again. You will never be the same ever again. Hey, Mamula. Mamula, she dances for no Mula. Hey, Mamula. She's got a spicy, machi.
Oh my god, I'm really excited about this. Thank you, Hans. And my ruler of Radio 1 is Futurized with Jack Saunders. We are about to do the first ever PM 10 to 10. The Cowboy song is coming. That's a Rich in Shropshire. Yeah, it's Cowboy time. Michael Bogner, excited for it. Beth in Aberdeen, 10 to 10 fan club tuned in, Jack. We love to see it. I'm going to be doing it in set. I'm going to give Greg a ring. I hope he's awake. We'll find out after Jakarta people. Alex to the 0253. Yeah! I'm from Jackson, so I fully support Cowboy Time. After dark. It sounds so seedy. Oh, right then. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to do, hopefully, the first ever 10 to 10 evening edition with the one and only creator of the OG morning edition, Greg James himself from the Radio 1 Breakfast Show. Let's give him a ring and I hope he answers. Come on, Greg. Come on. Don't be a booty. Be up with Barney or something like that. Come on.
Oh, God.
Greg!
Yes?
You are live on Radio 1. Do not swear.
Do you know what? I've got a newfound appreciation of people that listen on BBC Sounds because it's delayed. So I'm listening, but I'm not up to this bit, so it's really confusing.
Okay, just stay calm. It's all good. Do you remember saying this morning? Billy in Leeds says, I reckon you should get Jack Saunders on board so he can cover the PM side of 10 to 10. We have said this before. I'd love that to happen. Jack, if you're listening, because Jack Saunders is on in the evenings, we'd love you to do 10 to 10 at 10 to 10 PM. Craig, just to confirm, you remember saying that?
I remember saying those words.
Okay, good. I would like to take you up on your offer to do the first ever evening version of 10 to 10. And Greg, I have one thing and one thing to say to you only right now. Gregory James, what is the time?
It's cowboy time!
Yes, it is, Greg. Oh my God, I can't believe we're doing this. The first ever evening version of 10 to 10 on Radio 1 with the one and only Greg James, ladies and gentlemen.
10 to the 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 10 Wow.
Oh my God. That was fun.
It's yeah, it's it's sort of not exact. So it's not the vibe I actually need to fall asleep now because I'm very, very, very excited.
It's a lot harder than you think.
Yeah, also I've realised that there's two things. This is a great learning experience. It's you get called out of the blue because you're listening on delay, and then you can't hear the song when you're singing it. These are all things to take into consideration as we build this.
You can hear the song.
10 to 10 going forward.
Okay, good. Well, look, Greg, this was a useful exercise in many different ways. I'm glad you've learned from the experience, and we can build a better and stronger 10 to 10 in the morning.
We can, and thank you, Jack. It's been an absolute honour to be on the show, and thank you for taking part in Cowboy Time. And I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, as I said, this is no. Interrupt the hot new music anytime. That is my favourite feature that you do. I love it. Greg.
Well, look, this is my last conversation before bed. So good night, Jack.
Night, Greg. Night, see you in the morning. 7 a.m. for Greg on the Breakfast Show.
You promise you gon' make it right, make it right. I think about it all the time, all the time. When we were supposed to take a flight, take a flight. I think about you all the night, all the night. You promise you gon' make it right, make it right. I think about it all the time, all the time. And we were supposed to take a flight, take a flight. I think about you all the night. Like, we were too full. You weren't even there. No, you didn't really care. Cause my eyes and the light, it goes cold again, like out of sight, out of mind. But you pulled me in, I thought I was over this. Pins in my skin when we kiss. You promised you'll make it right, make it right. I think about it all the time, all the time. When we were supposed to take a flight, take a flight. I think about it all the night, all the night. You promised you'll make it right, make it right. I think about it all the time, all the time. When we were supposed to take a flight, take a flight. I think about you all the night. I closed the door first. I felt so hopelessly, I nearly died. I cried myself to sleep, although I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. I'm still here. When I opened up the door, I've been here before. See a pretty face, how do I ignore the feeling of losing it all again? You promised you'll make it right, make it right. I think about it all the time, all the time. When we were supposed to take a flight, take a flight. I think about you all the night, all the night. You promised you'll make it right, make it right. I think about it all the time, all the time. When we were supposed to take a flight, take a flight. I think about you all the night.
Yiga and Josie Man, Make It Right on Radio 1. That was a little spur of the moment fun thing that we did on the show, wasn't it? Hello to Lee. Jack, I was the first cowboy with Greg on the Breakfast Show. It's an honour to hear you doing it. Oh, Lee, it's an honour having you here, mate. The first ever cowboy. to Catherine. That Greg James feature was the hardest thing ever. Love Tonight Show. Thank you, Catherine. Yeah, so Greg does 10 to 10 at 9:50 a.m. on his shows. And actually, when I think back to listening to some of the listeners doing it, there is a slight delay sometimes, isn't there? But it's meant to be a little bit wild and out of time. It's just meant to get the blood pumping for the morning. Do you know what I mean? Those of you that are on the night shift, you might not get to hear it. And so that's hopefully got you a little riled up to get through this evening shift. Hi to Anne and Billy in Abingdon. Wow, I can't believe you did that. That was fantastic. Been listening since this morning. Oh, commitment. Let's go, Anne and Billy. Respect to you guys. From morning cowboy time to nighttime cowboy time. So heads up, Charles Larry on the way at 10 o'clock tonight.
Hello. It's Gordon White. You must know my address is 61 Cox Road, 8867. My mother got me sectioned. She had 4 boys. I got sectioned. I was sectioned for several years. First of all, it started off as unwell, then schizophrenic bipolar, then schizoaffective, and then they decided to discharge me and leave me alone. I'm now live. I've been live ever since. I'll go live on YouTube and Facebook. Today, well, just a minute ago, I was talking to authorities in USA and also US Marines. They're on about maybe if I want to go to America, I can do. That they come and collect me and take me to America, or they can come and see me. Because I want my damages. You know, this is what I want. I just want my money, which I'm owed. There was nothing wrong with me. I used to buy and sell pianos. I treated families with respect. My mother got me sectioned. You know, it was absolute madness. So I thought I'd just phone you now, let you know that I'm talking to let's see now, Dolly Jonas. She's US Marines, and Daniel B. Allen. He's the authorities in America. Yes, 8867. I've got friends in Brazil, Australia, all around the world, you know. I just wanted to know that I would like to see my compensation eventually. and I'm quite happy to be earning on benefits. I mean, when I was buying and selling pianos, I was working and claiming. I'd get my rent paid. I was signing on, and then I was driving transit Lutons and taking pianos to all the customers all over Somerset and London. I've been in the Dutch Embassy. There's nothing wrong with me at all. But my mum, I don't know how my mum managed to do that. She got me sectioned. My brother was a drug dealer. I got one brother that's angry, and I got one that gets bossy. And they went to special schools. Yeah, I'm quite happy at home. Yeah, I'm all right. I'm laying down on my settee. I'm still live on YouTube and Facebook. I go live quite a lot because I had to catch the NHS and police when I come around my house and put me in section units. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, a quick call just to let you know. That's all. All right then. Bye bye.
Yeah, but I supposed to made it by now. Yeah, but life threw me in the wrong world. Yeah, we always got time to do better. Yeah, but I was trying to do it right now. He's growing up in the town. He never showed love to the brown. 24 hours heading up the line. I was fighting going hands with the clock. Never been sweet, already gone. Money gone, ready gone, run along. City burn, Pentagon. Can't make it up, no Revlon. Rebel up, run. Had an episode, it's a rerun. Anytime we go crazy to the river. Told God that I felt like a stepson. I brand new cool for the stress, huh? Big thing on the way for the stress, huh? Big on the way to my chest lump. Nowadays the business hit me hard. I mean, I need to live it low. 1, 3, 5, 7.
Don't let it overflow. Move it in, drip it out. Tell me if there was some more. Cause I got the fire. It's coming falling down. Friends are falling off. Talking the no return. Chicken on my laps. Cause it's robin season now. Nothing sacred, this ocean. There's no motion of yourself. This is dreaded. And the season fade. Losing light instead. Now I see the end. There is nothing there. When the season fades, losing light instead. I found myself in digging deep. I found myself digging deep. In the darkness I waited so long, but it drove me so mad. Nothing sacred, this ocean. There's no motion of yourself. This is dread. In the darkness I waited so long, but it drove me so mad. Nothing sacred, this ocean. There's no motion of yourself. This is dread. In the darkness I
This is Radio 1's Power Down Playlists with Sean O'Leary.
Just give me something. Give me just a couple more hours and I'll make it fade away. Tell me about you and I'll be your pain. Pain and pain. They don't wanna let you down, wanna let you go. Won't you sit right down the middle? Make my mind a little just to know how we so far after happening. How we go and so far at the touch. Let it all touch you through. I can petals to make you feel good. And I've been noted. It's on me if you feel too. I think about myself, easy feel. Baby, no rain, baby, no frost. Just give me something. Give me just a couple more hours and I'll make it fade away. Tell me about you and your pain, pain and pain. Baby, don't let this down. See where I go. Baby, just make it myself go. I'm crazy.
Radio 1.
Backwards, how you cyclone me. Sinkhole, black hole, control me. It's backwards, I'm moving slowly. It's backwards, you say it's so clear. Restricted, restricted by a ton of phrase. Conflicted, not by what you say, but how you say it. Oh, and I need it. No, I don't need that C4. Explosive. Still, I keep coming for more. Yeah, it's backwards, how you cyclone me. Single black hole control me. It's backwards, I'm moving slowly. It's backwards, you say it's so clear. Why feel like I can't ever tell the soul? Why I feel like I can't ever break this mold? Why I feel like all of this is set in stone? Why I feel like it's too late to telephone and talk about it like we're adults, but the child of me can't let it go. The child of me is not responsible for all the hurt that you've ever known. That show down that you let it go. Like anytime you feel vulnerable, you can't tolerate, you're uncomfortable, you can't tolerate the uncomfortable.
A previous to this record, Lil Silver and Sampha's Backwards on Radio 1 and Radio 1 Relax, after producer Subtract featuring Layla on his track called Drift. Speakers Corner Quartet were on 2 with Leah Sen on Dreaded. And I'll be your mellow music companion for the hour on the show with a lot of electronic tunes to bask in a little bit later, including a dubby version of a Falls modern classic. Sounds courtesy of Nyana IZ now. This is Breaking Point.
If I fall, if I fly, would you stay by my side like you said? Guess I gotta roll the dice, risk my head, not my heart. Rolling quick, I'm falling deep. I ran so quick, lift away the trees. No more growing. 1,000 years wouldn't teach you no better. Oh, wipe my tears, you ain't worth no weather, no storm, no sun. I'm on the road.
The city that produce love with no trust. On my big gun, got my 50 back, but lost done. This in my mind, bad things, no kitty cat. The big dumb, your head lost. I need trust, no drinks on my city map. Need new space, this old place got me spooked, got me bit. Try to clip off my wings, I fly higher. I'm back in the bits, I fight fires. Feeling like I'm back in the book. They say see me sipping on the fussy and clock, but they can't feel me. Stuck in the sock, I need sunshine. Anything to get me off the front line. Told it all, I'm crying on the bedside. Nothing with my mind and now I can't cry.
1,000 years wouldn't teach you no better. Oh, wipe my tears, you ain't worth no weather, no storm, no sun. I'm on the road.
The kitty that refused to love, she got none. It's a big gun, things in my pity bag. Got too much, but feel none. In my mind, I'm saucy, you loving me. I run home, I run back. See, I don't know where to go. Put my feet, put my feels, show my heart. Keep it in, don't speak. You try shutting me down, I shout louder. Let my shot me go to no cowards, staying, having nothing to say. I lost powers, falling at the end of the day. I count hours, pain, get crying faces, my power. Ain't there to leave, but push me off and drowning. Brains that wanted what you gaining on the crown. This pain's down on my once you push me out the tower.
1,000 years wouldn't teach you no better. Oh, wipe my tears, you ain't worth no weather, no storm, no sun. I'm on the world.
Radio 1's Power Down playlist with Sean and Larry.
I was waiting for the right time. Why'd you come for me? I was hoping you could stay around. Think of how it could be. Pacing back and forth in my mind. Wonder how you feeling. Can we close the gap between us? Can I be what you need?
I'm not sure if it's me, but it'll change everything you knew. That it's been a fight. Day and night, close your eyes, try Singing and another's been hired to send you for the thing of the emperor's cry. Walk through the time with a higher eye. I know it's here. Project the sign on the other eye. I don't disappear. Just the word to the mirror. See how Radio 1's Power Down playlist with Sean O'Leary.
I'll be a bubble. I'll make myself useful. I'll be a bubble. I'll make myself useful. Dive into diamonds, scratched in your skin. No thought to silence, scratched in your
Those distorted vocals has to be James Blake from 2020 called You're Too Precious. After a real lounger from trio Night Tapes, the elevated mix of Humans. And we lean into this week's album cut, and it's a real heartfelt moment by Leaving Laurel. It's an album pulled together by Gordon, who's dedicated the record to his friendship with late member Pierce from little demos that have been recorded over the years. It's a really lovely, tender album called When the Quiet Comes. This is called One Last Thing You Never Said.
Radio 1. There's no substitute for sex. Thoughts come clear again. There's no shortcut in the end. Thoughts come clear again. And if it hasn't dropped by now, you're never gonna get it. And if it hasn't dropped by now, you're never gonna get it. You're never gonna get it. Never gonna get it. Never gonna get it. And if it hasn't dropped by now, never gonna get it. Never gonna get it. And if it hasn't dropped by now, there's no substitute for sex. Thoughts come clear again. There's no shortcut in the end. Yeah. Thoughts come clear again. And if it hasn't dropped by now, you're never gonna get it. And if it hasn't dropped by now, you're never gonna get it. 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 If it hasn't dropped by now, never gonna get it. Never gonna get it. If it hasn't dropped by now, never gonna get it. See the spear just turn to a handful of dust. See the spear just turn to a handful of dust. See the spear just turn to a handful of dust. See the spear just turn to a handful of dust. Never get it. 나는 오늘도 이렇게 눈을 떠. 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 나는
BBC Radio 1.
Ben Bowmer and Tin Liquor joining forces for Voodoo after Parkite Gin, a Korean-born LA-based DJ, will like this. It's Sean Levy with you, bringing a twist on a classic now. Logic 1000 remixes this. Groove Armada, my friend.
Call on you, my friend. Help me hand you lend in my time of need. Whenever I'm down, call on you, my friend. Call on you, my friend. Whenever I'm
Radio 1's Power Down Playlists with Sean and Larry. This is Radio 1's Power Down playlist with Sean O'Leary.
emergency. You know my numbers by heart. How can I make them fall apart? I'm up all night, 'cause you keep calling on my phone line. I guess I'll just turn off the lights and hope you let me sleep this time. Love is dangerous in your arms. I never feel safe around you. The lights fading for you. It's better in the dark, yeah, it's better in the dark, yeah, it's better in the dark. Oh, it's better in the dark, yeah, it's better in the dark, yeah, it's better in the dark. Will we ever say it's better in the dark? Yeah, it's better in the dark. Yeah, it's better in the dark. Don't call on me. It's always an emergency. You know my numbers by heart. How can I make them fall apart? I'm up all night, 'cause you keep calling on my phone line. I guess I'll just turn off the lights and hope you let me sleep this time. Love is dangerous in your arms. I never feel safe around you. The lights fading for you. It's better in the dark, yeah, it's better in the dark, yeah, it's better in the dark. Oh, it's better in the dark, yeah, it's better in the dark, yeah, it's better in the dark.
Electronic duo Eli and Fur, Better in the Dark on Radio 1. Following that absolute chill heater I teased earlier, Dan Carey's dub of Falls, 2 a.m. We've got plenty more down-tempo soothers like those from previous shows, which you can find on BBC Sounds whenever you like. Today's full track list is there too, so you can make a note of whatever you missed. Our final track is bound to leave a sweet aftertaste. Producer Tocky Monster with sisters Van Jess on Say Yes.
There is only one for me, and you have made that possibility. And we can take a step to see if this is really gonna be. All you gotta do is say yes. All you gotta do is say yes. Don't deny what you feel. There ain't undress you, baby. Open up your mind, just rest. I'm about to let you know you made me so. All you gotta do is say yes. Don't deny what you feel. hundreds, baby. Open up your mind, just rest. I'm about to let you go. You make me so, 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 so. You make me so, 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 so. Loving you has taken time, taken time. But I always knew you could be mine. I recognize the flowers inside of me. And it's gonna be tonight, tonight. All you gotta do is say yes. All you gotta do is say yes. Don't deny what you feel, let me undress you, baby. Open up your mind and just rest. I'm about to let you know you make me so. All you gotta do is say yes. Don't deny what you feel, let me undress you, baby. Open up your mind and just rest. I'm about to let you know you make me so. You make me so. All you gotta do is say yes. Don't deny what you feel, let me undress you, baby. Open up your mind, just rest. I'm about to let you know you make me so, 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 so. You make me so, 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 so.
Radio 1. Dance. From basslines to melodies, one of the biggest legacies. Always bringing in back beats like it's a necessity. Music is and always will be the remedy. This is Annie Nightingale presents on BBC Radio 1.
Good day, good night, no worries, no drugs. I'm chilling with the Barbie. Welcome to Big Up Australia with me, Annie Nightingale, on Radio 1, bringing you fantastic contemporary talent from down under. The onslaught of electronica is truly phenomenal. So now, in the times of the athlete, it's a great moment to bring you the great music in this salute Aussie special. 3 mixes from 3 of their most talented artists. First off is Loom.
Warning, big bass bangers incoming.
The classic mix.
Lee Nightingale, BBC Radio 1.
G'day, Annie Nightingale, delivering the heat, mate. The Classic Mix on BBC Radio 1.
My new fire, you ought to come to light me. Around this time, I only want you here. You can't be happy. I'm way too fly to let you out me. But I do care. Oh, yeah. It's hard to sleep when your body's in arm's reach. My mind is a Grand Prix. I'm liable to step out and go drive with you to Sky Beach. To rendezvous at the stop with two shot boats become bees. And for love, baby. No, like nothing like that. Oh, for love, baby. The realest I ever known. One last time before you step out and leave. You can't be happy. I'm way too fly to let you out me. But I do care. And for love, baby. For love, baby. Now when you go home in the late hour, waiting in the cold in the late hour. Tell me what's the goals in the front gate. Tell me what's the roles that we gon' play. Tell me what the roles I can't wait. Tell them other ladies you be out of town. Tell them other chicks that we gonna be down. Long days, but we better get a couple rounds. Palm trees that we rolling away. Tell them other chicks that we out of town. Tell them other chicks that we gonna be down. Long days, but we better get a couple rounds. Palm trees that we rolling away. Why, glasses, but you might put ice on my head.
It's Radio Monkeys. I didn't know this show is all about sparkling summer. It's been coming out of Australia of later, Alice in Wonderland and Scotland. But right now, the President of the Exports. He's remixed Lord, Arcade Fire, Disclosure, and Freddie LeGrand. Like all the Aussie featured on this show, he changed his real name, which in this case is Harley Stephen from Sydney. I was so convinced with talent for DJ. I asked him to make this now classic mix when he was 22 in 2014. You can hear why right now. Lock in.
Ugh. Ugh. Ugh.
BBC Radio 1.
Ugh.
with all of y'all. I thought we were proud when we walked through the mall. If I could, then I probably would put it on there.
Annie Nashville Radio 1 and Vince Song celebrating partly the Ashley Chestnut series, seeing Craig James, not the only cricket enthusiast on Radio 1. I love Special. I'd rather be a highlight of my whole life, as well as doing Desert Island Kids, was appearing on Test Match Special, the radio show with the famous Aggers, Jonathan Agnew, who could switch subjects in the middle of the live cricket commentary with incredible speed in the same sentence. I think he'd make a great rapper, so I'm not to ask him. Actually, I just guessed at the Oval and was no play, so we just kept talking. I was amazed so many music people I know who I never thought were interested in cricket or Test Match Special actually heard the broadcast. So back to Australia and concentrating on their fabulous music. You're listening to Loom's classic mix from 2014. And next up, it's the brilliant Alison Wonderland.
do the shit that I don't do.
I'm not going to get on Radio 1 celebrating our bucket at Aussie Spectral, starring Australian DJs and electronic performers. There is such a thriving scene there. They have lots of festivals to promote their stars, many of whom go supernova. Take Alice in Wonderland, who has headlined a main stage at Coachella and made that hop over the Pacific from Australia to LA.
What's happened to the radio? Can you hear that? It sounds like a mouse.
Check it out. You'll see what I mean.
Annie Nightingale braving it up on BBC Radio 1.
I think I'll turn the radio off. What I'll do is I'll turn the television up.
There are some things you can't just see once. Relive Glastonbury. Watch now on BBC iPlayer. Listen on Sounds. It's time.
They have. They can.
This is a ding dong delicious.
You look like an emu. No. It is insane.
The hottest TV this summer. Press red to watch now on BBC iPlayer.
There's no such thing as a jazz hands singing ghost until there is, and a double bill at that on BBC One.
Let's go, Sam. We don't have all day.
Okay, you literally have eternity.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you for reminding me of my endless purgatory.
Morning, Sam.
Oh, hey, who's this cute little guy?
This is my son, David. Hope it's okay. My wife's out of town for a few days.
Ugh, why are the good ones always married? I'm alive.
Hurtful. Well, we're very happy to have you, David. Welcome to the team.
Should I put him on my crew? Think he's too young to hold a hammer?
Are you mad? Children under 7 aren't suitable for hard labor.
Pirate? I was a delegate of the Second Continental Congress. Damn, I ruffled colonial guard.
There's nothing there, buddy, but I love your imagination. Panties off.
Hang on, that kid can see you?
That's rare, but...
Ghost. The times, kid, just crazy.
Once a sweet little girl saw my arrow and called me a monster. But it's okay. What am I going to do? Cry myself to sleep for weeks?
Got it.
Oh, great. Well, we'll be back soon. We're just going to take a quick walk.
We?
Yes, as in the royal we. Here we go, and we are going outside.
How many of those steps did we get today, Sam?
Only 3,000. Not pointing any fingers, but Hetty was really dragging.
What? Excuse me for dying in heels. Plus, I did not sleep. You know I suffer from nerves. At least when I was alive, I could take laudanum.
What's laudanum?
It's a simple mixture of alcohol and morphine. You should try it, Samantha.
Oh, sure. I'll pick some up.
There was huge fear, and people realized that he'd been killed with a deadly radioactive isotope, a kind of micro-nuclear bomb.
Doctors said Litvinenko had been given a massive dose of the radioactive element polonium-210.
Highly toxic radioactive element, polonium-210.
A lot of things I watched on TV
And I even couldn't believe it's about us, it's about our family, and for what happened to us.
There's an astonishing deathbed statement by Alexander Litvinenko. It's an accusatory, behind-the-grave attack on Vladimir Putin.
You may succeed in silencing one man, but the howl of protest from around the world will reverberate, Mr. Putin, in your ears for the rest of your life.
The problem was, it was actually not just about one man, an enemy of Putin, being killed and poisoned in dramatic circumstances. It was also a major public health crisis.
It was quite a difficult time for us because we had really no idea what risks we'd been at. People have been very intimately in contact with him. At a cardiac arrest, it's a messy business. There's a lot of bodily fluids.
When health protection came in, they were wearing full hazmat suits. Many of us saw that and thought, am I going to get cancer-like symptoms? And am I going to die?
Places he visited are now being searched, and radioactivity has already been detected at 3 of them.
Police have now confirmed that traces of polonium-210 have been found at several locations, including Mr. Litvinenko's home in Muswell Hill.
The hunt for forensic evidence went on all day today at Mr. Litvinenko's North London home.
I received a call from police and they said to better to leave. They gave me 30 minutes to take something what I need for 2 days and take Anatoly, and we left.
There was very great concern about the danger of the polonium and whether people could be affected by it. They obviously secured his property, and the sense was that you could get it off the doorknob of the house.
There were basically 2 investigations going on together. 1, the police investigation, and 2, the protection of public health.
We're here because what we've had is an unprecedented event in the UK that someone has apparently deliberately been poisoned with a type of radiation.
In 2006, Pat Troop's job was to protect the public from biological, chemical, and radiological attack.
At the beginning, we just didn't know. We didn't know if anybody else had been affected. We didn't know the implications of the level of contamination. The word radiation is so scary. We knew that they would cause a lot of anxiety amongst the public.
It is serious enough to have prompted the government's emergency planning group, COBRA, to discuss the affair.
I know there are people in this room who are keen to get going on a murder inquiry. It's our recommendation that this is a public health issue first, a police matter second.
It was pretty tense. There were so many unknowns.
I did feel for Pat Troop. Her radar was flying 1,000 miles an hour because she saw the danger of the public. Our radar was flying because we felt there was a serious crime here to be investigated.
It's not a public health issue for us, is it?
That's the recommendation.
The police had a major inquiry, and under normal circumstances, they'd have what you call gold command, and everybody else would work to them. But in this one, we were working in parallel. But obviously, there were some who used to be in gold command who weren't quite sure about that.
When Litvinenko died, the Kremlin immediately said nothing to do with us. There's no evidence. This is all just hysteria from the West. But ultimately, Vladimir Putin is very happy to break the rules. He sees international law as meaningless. And more than that, he has a peculiar and vengeful fascination with traitors. He feels personally betrayed by them.
Stepping up the inquiry, counter-terrorism police dig deep into Litvinenko's past.
Litvinenko was a Russian with a backstory. He actually worked for the FSB, the successor agency to the KGB, and he was someone who had fled from Vladimir Putin. And he fell out majorly with his bosses at the FSB, whom he accused of taking bribes, drug money, corruption.
In 2000, Litvinenko fled Russia for asylum in Britain.
What Litvinenko did was to swap Moscow for a rather suburban existence in North London with his wife Marina and their then quite small son Anatoly, or Anthony as he became known.
When we arrived to London, for me, the former dancer, it was my dream to go to England for ballroom dancing, and I couldn't believe one day I would be there. And Sasha tried to make this just like a dream come to real. We took a bus tour, we went to London Eye, we went to museums, but in 1 month I realized it's not a tour. We need to start another new life.
He just was an ordinary guy. I mean, he used to bring his little boy to the football, and he used to turn up in his full football kit, looking just like an ordinary dad come to see this kid playing football.
But Alexander Litvinenko was no ordinary dad.
My name is Alexander Litvinenko. I am former KGB FSB officer. My speech is difficult for me. Can I use translator?
This is Litvinenko speaking in London just 2 weeks before he fell ill. He'd come to mourn a close friend, Anna Politkovskaya.
Anna Politkovskaya was a famous crusading journalist and a critic of Vladimir Putin. She wrote about human rights abuses, she wrote about the Russian security services, and she was shot dead in the stairwell of her apartment in October 2006.
Здесь прозвучал прямой вопрос, кто убил Аню.
Somebody has asked you directly, who is guilty of Anna's death? Who has killed?
Я даю прямой ответ. Аню убил господин Путин, президент Российской Федерации.
And I can directly answer you. It is Mr. Putin, the president of the Russian Federation, who's killed her.
And essentially, before the world, he says, I can name the killer. He is Mr. Putin, the president of the Russian Federation. Vladimir Putin was a KGB officer. He sees the world in paranoid and conspiratorial ways. And first and foremost, he believes that anyone who is a traitor should be punished. And the punishment is well understood. It's death.
Barely 2 weeks after accusing Putin of murder, Litvinenko ingested a lethal dose of polonium-210, a poison now discovered in several London locations.
Were there other locations? What were the implications of the severity of this level of contamination? We've never seen that level of contamination.
There'd been a lot of consideration about radiation scenarios, particularly in the context of terrorist activity, dirty bombs, etc. Anybody that thought that they had been present in the contaminated sites were able to ring in. They were then offered a test for polonium-210.
So we needed to find what we now call contact tracing, test, trace, isolate. In COVID terms, we needed to go out and try and find the people who've been in those situations in those places and work out whether we could determine if they have been exposed or not.
NHS Direct are fielding hundreds of calls from the public. Many have visited a restaurant in Mayfair, which is contaminated with polonium.
In the middle of central London, Itsu's sushi bar closed to the public today, where Alexander Litvinenko ate before falling ill.
A closure sign blames an international espionage incident.
On the 1st of November, the day he falls ill, Litvinenko meets intelligence contact Mario Scaramella at Itsu. Downstairs, polonium has been detected around one of the tables.
Itsu got a lot of attention because that's where Litvinenko had been and met Mario Scaramella. And the concern was that where he'd been poisoned?
What's happened was and still is unbelievable. I discovered that 3 times he accused me to be his killer.
Scaramella was a person of interest. It had been flagged up by Litvinenko himself, so no way we could ignore that.
Litvinenko and Scaramella had met before. They were friends or kind of co-strugglers, you might say, in the battle against the Russian regime. But Scaramella liked the sort of tradecraft. He liked the spy games.
We met at 3 o'clock in Piccadilly Circus, as always. And then we moved to the sushi bar, and he had his lunch.
Scaramella rather theatrically handed over a hit list of people that Moscow was planning to target, and Litvinenko's name was on the list.
It was urgent for me to discuss with Litvinenko this blacklist, considering that the first name on it was Anna Politkovskaya and the second was Alexander. I fly back to London on November 24, voluntary. I offered my cooperation to the British police.
Mr. Scaramella, I'm Detective Chief Inspector Duncan Ball.
We know he had a meeting in the Itsu restaurant, identified as a primary site with high readings for polonium. And so suddenly our alarm bells start to ring.
For the first time, I felt not in control, since that Litvinenko was mentioning me as his own suspect. And so it was important to clarify everything with Scotland Yard, so I insisted to have this tour.
Scaramella isn't the only person Litvinenko meets on the 1st of November. After eating at Itsu, Litvinenko meets two men at the Millennium Hotel in Grosvenor Square.
On the day he fell ill, Alexander Litvinenko met with two men here.
One is an old Russian acquaintance of Litvinenko's, Andrei Lugovoy. The second is Dmitry Koftan, Lugovoy's associate.
Lugovoy and Koftan were childhood friends, but they're also very different. I mean, Lugovoy was more successful, perhaps a bit brighter, whereas Koftan was a failure. He deserted from the Soviet military, was a waiter, even fantasized about being a soft porn star. But really nothing ever came of any of his dreams.
They were here on business around oil and investments around that with British companies. So I think Litvinenko saw potentially a business opportunity, as well as probably renewing and rekindling friendships.
In the hotel bar where the men meet, there's more polonium contamination. It's also found in North London, where Lugovoy watches a football match soon after meeting Litvinenko in Mayfair.
Does start to paint the picture, because we were able to start to pick together what we considered to be the trail. They called it the Polonium Trail.
The Polonium Trail reveals that the 1st of November isn't the first time Lugovoy and Koftan have met Litvinenko in London.
So you're using everything. Credit card receipts, CCTV, mobile phone sightage, anything you can pull on.
The paper trail leads to a Soho hotel 2 weeks before Litvinenko fell ill. Scientists are sent in to investigate.
So if you're trying to find polonium, you need specialist equipment to find it. But that was my job. This detector is very similar to the type of equipment that we brought up to London with us to find where the polonium-210 was. And this instrument shows me in counts per second if there was polonium there and how much there was. When we came into the hotel to look for polonium-210, we found radiation was up at 1,500 counts per second. And so because of that, I sent teams into London, into this hotel, to check every single hotel room, every corridor, every toilet, the kitchen areas, reception. If you imagine that kind of level of detail in monitoring, you start to get a feel for just what an enormous task this was. So if we look at the front door, you can clearly see that the door handle was contaminated. And once we're inside the room, you can see very clearly where he touched in the room. There's polonium on the telephone. He must have made a telephone call. There's polonium on the curtains. He must have opened and closed the curtains when he went to bed and got up in the morning. But then if we go through into the bathroom, if you look down the plug hole, the U-bend of the sink, you'll see a reading which is now 1,500 counts per second. That can't have just come off his hands. So the theory here is that polonium-210 was poured down that sink.
Polonium has escaped into London's water system.
We understand there were urgent talks between Thames Water and the Health Protection Agency about where it would all end up.
Radiation found across London increasingly points to the two Russians who met Litvinenko on the day he fell ill.
I think the case the police were putting together was really convincing, because the polonium-210 traces and the movements of Lugovoy and Kovtun were totally connected.
Lugovoy and Kovtun had left this billowing, ghostly trail of polonium all over London.
Tour de France rolls out Saturday at 11 on ITV4 and ITVX.
Couldn't this meeting have just been an email?
A month after Litvinenko was poisoned, dangerous levels of radiation are found in more locations.
In the last hour, Scotland Yard has confirmed that traces of polonium-210 have been found at the offices in Mayfair. They say they're continuing to work with the Health Protection Agency to discover how it got there.
25 Grosvenor Street was a key meeting place.
Police learn Kovtun and Lugovoy met Litvinenko here on their first visit to London, 2 weeks before the ex-spy was poisoned.
Lugovoy was saying repeatedly to Litvinenko, wouldn't you like some tea? You English people drink tea all the time. But of course, Litvinenko didn't touch the cup.
Contamination is found inside the building.
If you look at the photographs, it's a boardroom, primary site, high readings there. You start to build a picture here of wherever this guy goes, Lugovoy, there's traces of polonium.
This is now a major public health emergency.
The cleanup operation after the poisoning was enormous. Huge areas of central London were contaminated and had to be shut off.
So our monitoring task was huge. We had a nightclub, we had more restaurants, another hotel.
This is such dangerous stuff. And the fact that we found high doses in a place like the Sheraton, think, well, what happened there?
At the Park Lane Sheraton in Mayfair, police now discover Andrei Lugovoy was in London not once, but twice in October.
The detective said that we found lethal polonium in a hotel room. And I thought, my word.
Anything involving radioactive material is a true weapon of terror, just because of the fear it strikes into the hearts and minds of the general public. There are over 30,000 counts per second found in a bin. A toilet lid, 40,000 counts. Over 10,000 counts per second on a towel found in the laundry chute.
The police officers, I had to advise them that if you're going in to gather evidence, then you need to wear self-contained breathing apparatus. In other words, mask with an air tank, etc., to go in and collect the evidence.
Lugovoy's second visit to London is a bit of a curious affair. He flies in on the 25th and he meets with Alexander Litvinenko again in the sort of Chinese-themed downstairs bar.
In my mind, he was actually working with the container of the polonium-210 at that point. And so I was aware that perhaps there'd been one attempt that had failed, maybe 2 attempts that had failed.
The trail was absolutely everywhere, and Scotland Yard managed to impound the British Airways plane that they had flown from Moscow to London with.
Tonight, British Airways is at the centre of this dramatic spy story, with detectives apparently investigating whether a killer carrying radioactive material might have travelled on board.
They knew which seats they'd been in, so they were able to work on those seats.
And they found massive radiation.
We found contamination on seat 23D.
23D was Lugavoy.
Increasingly, this trail of contamination looks like the radioactive fingerprint of Litvinenko's poisoners.
The polonium trail leads back to Mayfair, where police now discover Mario Scaramella wasn't the only person who'd met Litvinenko at Itsu.
We know that the victim, Litvinenko, met with Cobden and Lugavoy in the Itsu restaurant.
The police give me the plan of the sushi bar, asking me where we sat.
Radiation was found at a table next to the wall, but Scaramella had sat with Litvinenko in the center of the room, where no polonium was found.
It wasn't until Scaramella then was able to describe where he was sitting with Litvinenko, and we were able to compare that with where we found the traces, then it became less likely that Scaramella was responsible.
Police are now convinced the contamination came from either Andrei Lugavoy or Dmitry Kofton.
Алло?
Марина,
Кто это?
Марина, это твой друг. Андрей Луговой.
Suddenly, Lugavoy called me and he said, I don't know what happened, but it's not true, and I definitely will go and try to find what is real, what happened. For me, it was just a little strange. Again, just try to think why, what he tried to achieve calling me. What is a part of game to take this attention from him.
The police investigation will proceed, and I think people should know that there is no diplomatic or political barrier in the way of that investigation going wherever it needs to go.
As the investigation starts to take shape, all the evidence is starting to point to these two perpetrators, Cobden and Lugavoy. The next step is to get on a plane to Russia.
British detectives were allowed to ask questions of Mr. Cobden today at the same hospital where Mr. Lugavoy is being treated apparently for radiation poisoning.
Obviously, the detectives were hoping they'd get some evidence, talk to the two chief suspects, Lugavoy and Cofton, build a case.
When they eventually got in to interview Cofton, they were told by the Russians, you've now got 10 minutes to ask those questions.
Gentlemen, this is Dmitry Cofton.
I mean, it was a bizarre scenario for the detectives to be confronted with a man who was supposedly Cofton.
This is Dmitry Cofton.
Completely bandaged up around his face. Who knows to this day who that was?
You might have thought that the Russians were giving the police a runaround.
When they then went to interview Lugavoy, we weren't allowed to tape it. They were going to tape the interview.
And the final insult was that when they got back to the UK, the key tape with the key suspect, Lugavoy, had gone missing and there was just blank noise.
The mystery surrounding Alexander Litvinenko's death is more and more complex, but the grief of a family is easy to understand.
And this was a lot of people. It was a helicopter.
it was something like out of a film set, because there was lots of people who looked as if they were well connected in some of the security agencies, and that was at a time which I think was very difficult for the family.
There was a special coffin, a lot of protection, and discussion for how deep it should be.
His widow Marina has lost her husband. Their 12-year-old son has lost his dad. And as they walked to the grave, she took his hand.
I remember his first question to me being, "Mama, are you going to be depressed?" I say, "I'm not," because I wanted him to believe we will survive.
It was a huddle in my office, shut the door, head down. What are our priorities? What are we going to do?
But what we don't have is a weapon. That's what's missing.
He stole Flair from you, and now it's ours again. If I want it, it's mine. Flair and glory is ours, and they'll get no peace until they give it back. No one can be trusted.
Someone's been stealing money from the company.
But we could have grounds for a police investigation.
Don't ever underestimate this.
You lost. The war is still on.
If they want my company, they'll have to fight me for it.
An unmissable drama, Riches, starts Friday at 9 on ITV1.
Would you please explain to me why you let the most dangerous Soviet penetration agent this country's ever known to let it on your watch?
Who have you ever revealed your real self to? Man I trusted most, my best friend, has done the unthinkable.
BAFTA nominated A Spy Among Friends, coming soon on ITV1.
Key part of the investigation is to retrace the steps, not only of the victim, but also the two, what we believe to be the perpetrators.
After discovering two earlier meetings in October between Lugovoy and Litvinenko, the police now focus on Lugovoy's third London trip in early November. This time, he and Cofton are staying at Mayfair's five-star Millennium Hotel.
Tonight, the Millennium Hotel's Pine Bar remains closed. Police officers say they'll once again be working into the early hours. They believe they're at the scene of the crime, but all the other key questions are still waiting for answers.
Dots were being joined up. An image was starting to form. There's some very interesting CCTV footage from the Millennium Hotel. We see Cofton, Lugovoy arrive, waiting. We see Litvinenko coming in on his phone, obviously trying to find out where they are.
Police reconstruct Lugovoy and Cofton's movements in the minutes before they met Litvinenko.
You see Lugovoy from above going towards the gents' toilets on the ground floor, and he's got this kind of really grim expression on his face. We don't know if it's significant, but one of his hands is tucked into a pocket. And not only that, but Cofton goes the same way, also caught in the CCTV, going in.
Then when you go into the gents and you then examine it, there are high traces of polonium.
So we found very high levels of contamination on one of the hand dryers, and instantly the gents' toilets in the Millennium were closed to the public.
And when you put that alongside all the other trail of polonium, which marries up where these two individuals have gone to, as perpetrators, it starts to become compelling.
In the Pine Bar, where the three men meet, police find huge levels of radiation. And there's a bar receipt. It shows Lugovoy bought drinks, including tea, for the meeting.
I had understood Litvinenko was extremely careful and would only normally drink Coca-Cola with the top taken off in front of him. But he did drink green tea with Kovtun and Lugovoy in the Pine Bar. So all the crockery was taken away and tested.
Traced all the crockery, all the utensils, and there was loads of it. And it came up trumps because lo and behold, one teapot is alive with polonium.
They had full scale deflection. The needle couldn't move any further on the rate meter.
The forensic scientists take a reading and they have to retreat because it's just too dangerous for them to be there. The killers probably deployed it as a sort of capsule wrapped in gelatine, dropped it into the teapot. The gelatine melts and the polonium is released.
He did mistake, and he knew this. He knew he might be poisoned. Meeting Lugovoy, he was not forcing, but making psychologically, you just can't say no. And when we took 2 sips, he realized he did something wrong.
If it was proved that Russian agents had poisoned Alexander Litvinenko in this hotel, then that would amount to an act of state-sponsored nuclear terrorism on the streets of London.
We were convinced that there was a threshold met for prosecution, and I think all the evidence is pretty compelling.
Andrei Lugovoy, former Russian secret agent with close ties to the Kremlin, and the man today charged with murdering Alexander Litvinenko.
I was pretty angry with the people who'd done this. Not only had they committed a terrible murder, but they had potentially put a lot of other people at risk.
In 2007, a warrant is issued for Andrei Lugovoy's arrest and extradition from Russia.
It was the most audacious act I would ever have witnessed in my time as a police officer.
But Moscow denies everything and resists the extradition request.
Lugovoy and Kovtun went back to Russia and nothing happened. Lugovoy stands up and denies it all.
Did you kill Alexander Litvinenko? I didn't kill him.
And yet there's an arrest warrant out for him.
The dissident Russian spy's widow has fought for 8 years for this her day in court. Today, the public inquiry began into her husband's murder.
Marina Litvinenko is one of the warmest, kindest, most compassionate people that I've ever met.
Mr. Lugovoy and Mr. Kovtun deliberately administered polonium-210 to Mr. Litvinenko, intending and would kill him.
What happened to her husband, the politics of it for sure, but also on a personal level, drives her campaign for justice.
The 2015 inquiry finds damning evidence against Andrei Lugovoy.
All world, even in Russia, know he is a criminal. He's a murderer.
But could this man have given the order to exterminate Alexander Litvinenko?
The charge is an onerous one. Vladimir Putin is suspected of personally ordering the assassination of Alexander Litvinenko.
Your president probably involved in the killing of a former agent.
Of course, it's pure propaganda.
If anybody can furnish any conversations, logs, papers, etc., proving that I was acting on Putin's orders, Kremlin or whoever, then I will say bravo and applaud.
We have to recognize that Russia says this is not true. There was no Kremlin plot. But it was astonishing. I mean, the evidence runs hundreds and hundreds of pages, all of which led a judge to conclude that Vladimir Putin had probably personally ordered Litvinenko's death.
He was poisoned here in Britain, a hit that was probably ordered by Putin.
Well, we have a finding. We know what happened now. We still don't have justice. The suspects are still in Moscow, beyond the reach of British law, and the man who sent them, Vladimir Putin, is still Russia's president.
Have you seen any crime suspect will say, yes, I did it? No, of course, what he's going to say. This is a politics. Deny anything. If you're saying you invade Ukraine, you say, no, we're not going to invade Ukraine. If you say you killed this, no, we're not killed this one. Vladimir Putin always said he is responsible for everything that happened. And I believe it's his responsibility.
Tour de France rolls out Saturday at 11 on ITV4 and ITV News.
A very good morning to you. Welcome along to Ideal World here on ITV1. I'm Mark Rise and I have a show packed full of brilliant items for you at lower prices than you might think. I have the brilliant Rug Doctor. It's the world's #1 rental machine for carpet cleaners. Why is it so good? Well, I tell you what, it does what it says on the tin. It washes your carpet and it dries your carpets as well. 1,300 watts of suction power. We also, with this machine, provide you with 7 litres of solutions that can go in the machine that aid your cleaning and the spot and stain wipes as well for the lowest price I have ever sold it at here at Ideal World. I've sold it at $279.99 before here on ITV1. I've sold it at $269.99 here on ITV1. I've never sold it at $249.99 here on ITV1. And of course, you get that solutions there as well. And it's free delivery. And if you'd like to, you can split the flexible payments of £62.50. Can I point out something new on the screen to you, please? I'm going to just come forward a little bit and just point out this thing here. The new scan code, the new QR code takes you directly to the show, not just to the show page, but directly to the product so you can put it in your basket directly from scanning it on the screen from your mobile phone, which is really clever. It's only brand new today as to for us here at Ideal World, so we love to yell about it. So if you scan that, it will go directly to the Rug Doctor. I'll tell you what, let's just see it in action, shall we? Simon Isles is joining me here in the studio. He is a man that knows everything about Rug Doctor, and I'll tell you what, this machine is powerful. Think about how dirty your carpets are.
Well, let's see how good it really is, because seeing is believing. It is the mighty Rug Doctor. And remember, they, as a brand, have been around since 1972. Over 50 years. If you've ever wondered why so many people recommend Rug Doctor, this is the reason why. Because you get fantastic results. You get 1 pass cleaning, as quick and as easy as that, and it leaves your carpet dry in less than an hour. So if you've got a dirty carpet on the stairs, your sofa, your mattress, your car interior, your living room, the kids' bedrooms, this is the machine for you.
It certainly is. And I'll tell you what, our price comparisons really do say everything. The machine itself is great value for money. But remember, we give you 7 litres of solutions and the spot and stain wipes, which are worth £62.94 as extras. So Rug Doctor just sold the machine itself at £319.99. Ryman sell it at £319.99. Currys sell it at £319. That's not including any of the extra solutions, Robert Dyer's doing best on the high street tonight, $309.99. But we sell it with the extra solutions for $249.99, and that is free delivery, and you can do it on FlexiPay. Scan the code on the screen, the QR code on the screen. It will take you directly to the item. But that is not all that we have on the show for you tonight. No way, no way. We've got loads more as well. And I tell you what, if you've been feeling the heat over the last few days, over the weekend it was horrible, wasn't it? I don't know whether you got any sleep. It was horrendous on Sunday because it was so hot. I have got the Duox fan for you. This is a whisper quiet smart fan. And I tell you what, this blows other fans that you've seen right out of the water, pun intended, for you. It's because it has two different styles of oscillation. It's almost like a gyroscopic oscillation for you. And to tell us more about it, Bex Edwards is here in the studio with me. We were selling this a couple of weeks ago on ITV1, and it was incredibly popular.
Yeah, really popular. But it always is at this time of year, isn't it? Because we start feeling the heat, it becomes unbearable. It's almost, I used the word debilitating the other day, and it really, really can be. That lack of sleep can be a real problem. If you can't get to sleep because it's so hot, and I know we're in a bit of a lull at the moment, it's not as hot as it was at the weekend, but that
It's
heat
a few
is coming
days
back.
of relief, isn't it?
It's just a few days of relief. Next week
it is
it's going
coming
to get
back.
hot again. We've heard, potentially up to those 40 degrees again. So I just want to urge people to get it now while we've got it in stock, because it happens to us every year. We sell out of these products and we can't get them back in. And it's generally at the hottest point of the year that happens. This one I think is brilliant. There's several things, but let's point out the three sort of biggest, most important ones. It is really, really quiet.
They call it whisper flex, don't they? Yeah.
It's really quiet, and I'm going to prove that to you. I've got this decibel reader, so we're going to show you how quiet it is. So first of all, really quiet. There isn't a compromise on the power of this. You would think if you've got one right, then it's going to be noisy. No. This is still really powerful. 26 different speed settings and a 15-meter reach on
That's
this,
good.
which
Right
is
away on the other side of the room, yeah?
Yeah, definitely. Right, if you're standing on the other side of the room, of course, it's not going to blow you away. You're not going to be able to do a Beyonce impression from the other side of the room. But you will be able to feel the air moving, and that's what this is about. This is not a personal fan. Can be if you want it to be, but this is about getting that cooling effect across the entire room and everybody that's in it.
Now,
it's quiet, powerful. Sorry, my third one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cheap to run.
Oh, that's really important. That is
29
really important.
watts is kind of the maximum wattage usage that we're talking about with this fan. And I've done a little bit of research. I've typed it into one of those energy cost calculators at 29 watts. And what we've got is an average cost of about a penny an hour to run.
Wow.
Please bear in mind that is average. I have to say this, otherwise I get in trouble. We all pay different amounts for our energy.
Different tariffs and
you
stuff.
need to check what you're paying, and that does not take into account any standing charges. But I do hope that 29 watts and about a penny on average to run this for an hour is going to give you a bit of peace of mind. If you want to switch it on all night, if you get 10 hours sleep, congratulations, first of all. I'm struggling lately. But secondly, it means that you have that ability to be able to keep it on for as long as you want.
The point I was going to make is we've got a desk fan here on the table, but you are not buying a separate fan if you want it as a pedestal fan.
No, not at all. So we've got the pedestal fan here, the desk fan there. It's the same fan essentially. All we do is we take out the base pole on here. There's a little button to release the top pole, which has got the fan attached, and then you pull the base pole out of the base unit and you attach the top bit into the base, and there you have your desk fan. So it's another element of personalization for you, because with all the different modes, with the different speed settings, with the ability to have it as a desk or a pedestal, it fits every search situation. Also, there's 5 different ways of you being able to control this. Now, somebody described it to me the other day as it being ageless. Maybe that's a bit ageist. I don't know, but I quite like it.
Well, I know what you mean, because my mum would not want a fan that she could only control with her smartphone, but my sister quite likes that idea.
Yeah, absolutely. So this really does fit everybody's lifestyle. You can control it with the dial on the front. There's a dial on there, and you can get into all the different features. There is a remote control that comes with it, which has a magnetic dot on the back of there, by the way.
So you don't lose it.
So you don't lose it. You've also got an app that you can download onto your phone.
But you don't have to use
No,
that.
you don't have to. If you just want to use the remote control or the dial, you can do. That is my phone that you're looking at. It's clever, isn't it? We link it up to the gallery, and That is genuinely what's on my phone right now.
Yeah.
And now, so I've got this app and it's controlling the pedestal fan next to me. So I can go into the settings on here and I can change between the normal, natural, night modes. I can toggle between the power settings. I can go into the menu here and I can control the oscillation on here as well if I want to. I'm going to press it. Horizontal,
It's that
vertical.
one.
I've pressed both of them coming on. And now we can see that we're
It's like
getting
it's
that.
hugging the chair.
We're getting that lovely gyroscopic effects going on here as well. So I basically, excuse me, turned my my mobile phone into a remote control.
I love that. The only reason, by the way, I'm wearing a jumper tonight is when we did that show a couple of weeks ago, it became
chilly, wasn't
so
it?
cold in this part of the studio because of the fans that I had to wear a jumper. £149.99. It is a phenomenal price. Scan the QR code on the screen and it will take you directly to the correct page on our website. You can just add it to your basket. It's free delivery and that is job done. However, of course, you can still call us. Our call centre agents are there on the phone for you as well. 09056 48 48 48 and just tell them the item code. That is superb. Let's have a look at, that's not all that we've got on the show, by the way. Stay tuned. I'm going to bring you another brilliant product in just a moment. But if you want to see all of the features of the Dulux Whisper Quiet fan, take a look at this.
From a gentle breeze to a refreshing flurry, the Dulux Whisper Flex Smart Cooling Fan is great for the warmer summer months. Thanks to the horizontal and vertical oscillating function, the Whisper Flex Smart provides a pleasant coolness throughout any room, day or night. The Dulux Whisper cleverly transforms from a table fan into a standing fan, depending on requirements and position. You can control it from where you are sat using the handy remote control, phone app, or a smart home assistant. Whilst the night mode ensures a good night's sleep by dimming the information screen and keeping noise to a minimum. The Dulux Whisper Flex Smart, keeping you cool in style.
It is a great fan. Now, Simon is not only a big knowledgeable person about the Rug Doctor, he is also the brand ambassador for Piranha, introducing for the very first time on ITV1, and the details just changing on the screen. This is the Piranha Classy Cutter. I've never seen chips made so fast.
I'm the international chip maker for ITV this evening.
Let me just tell you, Simon,
yes, go on.
I first came across a product similar to this, not this exact one, about 20 years ago.
Right.
It has subsequently become in the top 3 of my favourite products ever to sell on television. You've been selling on TV for 25 years.
Yes.
I've been selling on TV for 20 years. Between us, we've got 45 years, and I think this is one of our favourite products, isn't it?
Yeah, I haven't been home yet. Have a look at this just here. You see,
your wife called earlier. She doesn't mind.
No, she doesn't mind. Okay, have a look at this. So we've gone from making chips to making cucumber batons. Shall we?
So you're having crude.
Yes.
Lovely.
Okay, let's go from making that.
Yes.
By the way, this machine from Piranha comes with 3 blades. I'm using the first blade, which is the small blade with the small square. Okay. If you want to dice an onion in seconds, cut your onion in half. You can dice an onion as quick and as easy as that. So we've now gone from chip making to cucumber stick making to onion dicing in seconds. That's good, isn't it? If you want to do, let's do tomato
because
stuff, can't it? However, with your classic cutter, and a top tip for you, don't put your tomato on like that, it will squash it.
Yeah.
I'll be completely honest with you, right? Cut your tomato in half,
right?
Skin side up, cut side down. That's your dicing
Look at that.
tomato, right? So really, all you have to do is to cut your tomato in half, and that does it as quick
Do you
as
know what?
easy as
This machine is $19.99. I genuinely believe you will not find a better cutter in your kitchen. I absolutely love mine.
Right.
I think it's one of the best manual food processors that you can buy.
If you put that cucumber on there,
yes,
we all know, because you've just seen me,
yeah,
you get a cucumber stick.
Yes, you do.
Yeah? If you cut your cucumber lengthways,
right,
now we don't get a cucumber stick.
Oh.
Now we get a dice.
Cubes.
Of a cucumber.
Love it.
Okay. So if you want to make a salad, because let's face it, the weather's nice enough for salad, isn't it?
Right. Absolutely.
This machine
But
is
I still want
amazing.
chips. Don't get me wrong, I still want chips.
I'll make chips. in a
Salad and
second.
chips.
Do you like a big one?
I do like a big one.
We're going to make big chips in a second as well, because it comes with a big blade. We've now got in here tomato, cucumber. I had to think now what it was called. It's the green variety, the green one. Okay.
People say, what about cleanup, Simon?
What about
does any of it go in the dishwasher?
All goes on the top shelf of your dishwasher.
Nice.
Okay. There's my onion. You know, if you're making a fancy salad, little steak there like that. So, by the way, don't get this confused with the cheap one you'll see out there. This is big size, Piranha quality.
Because this is 2.5 litres. This container.
Big
isn't it?
capacity.
That's really big.
Non-slip base as well. We'll look about that for a salad in seconds. Remember, the washing up, the clean up really is easy. I would put it in the dishwasher at home.
But we haven't got a dishwasher here in the studio, so
if like
just
me,
a bowl of
I am the dishwasher, right? There is your
Yes.
washing up in
Love it.
seconds. Now, to remove the blade, you lift it up there like so. The blades are extremely sharp,
Yes, so
right?
be careful. Yeah.
Be careful. I'm going to go from the one with the smaller squares,
Okay.
as you can see there,
Yep.
to the one with the bigger squares.
See, I've never come across the big squares before, but the big squares are a great idea for chunky chips.
Well, we're going to do it now. Now, top tip for you, right?
Yeah.
This is very important.
Okay.
Wet the blade.
Why am I doing that?
Because that will lubricate the blade. It will protect the blades. Simple as that.
See.
So if the one with the small squares makes small or regular size chips,
Yeah.
the one with the big blade,
it's going to make Rancho size big chips.
the bigger the potato,
Oh, yeah.
the longer the chips. So if you like a big one, Mark, which is it? Yeah. Well, let's face it. You know, if there's nothing wrong with having a big one, is there? You like
do you know what? If you've got an air fryer, these work brilliantly. Seriously, brilliantly chunky chips. A little bit of oil, air fryer, boom.
Look at the size of them. Look at the size of those.
Yes, please.
There could be roast potatoes, couldn't
Yes,
there,
they
really?
could,
So let's
yeah.
put those just there like that in seconds down. Obviously, you saw a few seconds ago how we diced
Yes.
with the smaller blade.
Yes, indeed.
But we can now also dice with the bigger
big blade, yeah.
blade. Because again, now we get a coarse or a chunky.
See, I like onion of that kind of size in my bolognese.
That one's on the floor. Don't you
As
worry
soon as you
about
chuck it at me. Yeah, if I'm doing bolognese, I like chunky onions in it.
Okay, well, that's what you can have. That's what you can have in here. You know, if you're doing a soup, a stew, a curry, a casserole, a lot of the time it will call for carrots, onion, and celery. Now, I'll be honest with you, I forgot the celery this evening. It was a little enough. Well, you know what? Let's tell them the truth. This wasn't supposed to be on this show this
No,
evening.
it was just added earlier on today.
This was a last-minute addition for all of our viewers
But I have
watching
to say,
on ITV.
it's brand new. So viewers on ITV1 have never seen this on Ideal World before.
Look at it.
We've got hundreds of you online right now. By the way, brand new to us here at Ideal World today, and we're very excited about it, is that QR code. Now, you might have seen QR codes before on the show, but they only took you to the homepage of the website, and which, you know, was okay, but not really what we wanted. Now, the QR code takes you directly to the correct product, and you just pop it directly in your basket.
That makes it easy when you're shopping, doesn't it? If you're sat at home in bed or you're sat on the sofa.
Oh, I'll have a bit of that.
Yeah, it's easier, isn't it? So much technology. Sometimes it takes a while to get here. Sometimes it's quite instant. But today we're on. Now we're going to swap the one with the big squares, the one with the slotted blade.
I love
That's what
it.
like
This
to call
is new for the classy cutter, isn't it?
This is a
I
slicing
love
blade,
this,
okay?
yeah.
So again, remember, wet the blade before you use it. Now, this will slide. I'm going to do cucumber again, okay? Because cucumber's one of my favourites.
Oh, slices for cucumber sandwiches. That's going to be yum.
Oh, ham and cucumber sandwiches.
Oh, yeah.
A big split of it or some stupid shit. So, like, he has a spice attack and go, like, mixing up with people's entertainment in there sometimes.
This is what happens when you smoke spice.
If you smoke rice, you get tied up.
The latest data shows over 11,000 18 to 29-year-olds receive treatment for drugs and alcohol in prison during a year. But many others aren't getting help.
They do anything for spice. You get a blowjob for spice. You get anything you want in there.
Has anyone got spare spice joint that can have? I just want a spice joint. Gotta get in the drive for a split, bro. Go on, show us how you do it.
What contrabands did you see in prison?
Wow, what didn't I see in prison? I see everything. I've seen outside road knives, I've seen phones, I've seen crack, I've seen heroin, I've seen weed, I've seen tobacco, SIM cards, USB stick, everything you can think of.
There's a few ways all this contraband gets into prison. Some people use drones to smuggle packages in by attaching a parcel and flying them close enough for a prisoner to grab.
Yeah, they can't fly.
But it doesn't always go to plan.
Oh my God. Man down.
Drones can land upside down or in the wrong place.
Drone on the yard. No way.
These prisoners are fishing for a parcel from their cell.
Dig it, mate. Come on, lad. Sing it, sing it.
Another, less sophisticated way is just to throw the contraband over the wall. Prisoners then pass it around to stop the officers from getting it. They'll even risk an escape charge to grab packages that have landed in the wrong place.
Parcels landed on the yard and they're just jumping over the wall. That's great. Lad, he jumped over the fence there, you know.
Some prisons are trying to put a stop to this by installing nets. But smugglers have started wrapping parcels and setting them alight so they burn through the netting. Then they can put out the fire and get the contraband.
Turn the fire bomb out. Grab that shit. Grab it. Look at the netting on fire. Look at the screws. Feel it.
Some prisoners will go to extreme lengths to get their contraband.
So what's the darkest memory of prison? The darkest memory of prison was the day I walked into a cell and someone was being spooned out. Yeah, well, guy was laid on the bed, his legs were in the air. There was a few guys round him, and one of them had a plastic spoon inserted into his anus, trying to fucking scoop drugs out.
Everyone inside is a convicted criminal, but whoever you are, there's no doubt that prison can take its toll on you mentally. Increasingly, prisoners are opening up about their mental health on camera.
Nothing in here that we do from inside prison helps, so that people from the outside can help, but the people from the outside don't know what's happening inside.
He wants to take his life now, look, he's on the go.
Some people will do anything to try and get out.
Yo, how you setting a bed on fire like that, brother? What you say? Put the system. What? Hey, yo, set the bed on fire. Fuck you, innit?
Late Entertainment on 4, proudly sponsored by William Hill Vegas.
Jay and Laura are battling it out to find Britain's best beach huts. They're like soldiers stood to attention.
People pay millions to be there.
Well, not for some.
In sauna.
And this is what you call a beach hut view.
Britain's best beach huts on Channel 4, stream weekly. Watch live Thursday at 8.
I see trees of green.
It was just a crazy 2 weeks. I don't think I ever expected to be in that situation.
Red trousers too.
Taliban forces are marching ever closer to the capital, Kabul.
We needed to evacuate a very large number of people.
Got a phone call saying, pack your bags, it's like at midnight.
I basically took a sixth form field trip to Kabul.
There were thousands and thousands of people flooding onto the airfield. I've never seen desperation like that. Panic. They're expecting that we are taking all of them.
Just thinking, what's what happened? Didn't make fun of it.
Intel had spotted a potential suicide bomb. I've never been to prison. This program's quite good.
Evacuation on Channel 4. Stream or watch live from Sunday at 9. You have to get out now. What? They found us. Christian is as good as dead.
He's a smart kid.
You've heard of an eye for an eye. Brand new series. Before We Die on Channel 4. Stream all episodes now. Watch live tomorrow at 9. In a Channel 4 special, Jon Snow looks back
Snipers still in many of the buildings.
on a remarkable career.
He was fearless. I think we all owe it to humanity that we do get involved. And that is the guiding principle of good journalism.
Jon Snow, a witness to history on Channel 4. Stream now. Watch live from Sunday at 10.
Late entertainment on 4. Proudly sponsored by William Hill Vegas.
4 years ago, I started filming in prison to show people on the outside what our lives are really like. No matter what crime you've been convicted for, living around stuff like this isn't easy. 70% of prisoners suffer with mental health issues. And Morph saw firsthand what that looked like for his fellow inmates.
Well, I was a listener for a little bit, and so
what is a listener?
Someone is allowed to ring their bell, and if they're in distress or they want to talk to someone, they can press their bell and call for a listener. Most of the time, they just wanted a cigarette, but there were other times where I'd seen people with, like, his arm open, and he's, like, at the door going, "Look what I've done to myself," and I'm like, oh my God, like, it's very quite traumatizing, because, like, I knew that he'd hurt himself, but I didn't know it was that bad.
Last year, there were over 55,000 self-harm incidents in prisons.
Often on the landings, when the people would come out and they'd cut their arms up, they'd cut their stomach, they'd cut their face, they're walking around, blood pissing everywhere. So there's a lot more mental issues that need to be addressed within the prison system, I think.
Nothing in here that we do from inside prison helps, so that people from the outside can help, but the people from the outside don't know what's happening inside.
Since April 2021, 88 inmates have taken their own lives in British prisons. A study showed the risk of male prisoners dying by suicide while locked up was almost 4 times higher than in the outside world.
Is there any death rate in prison or suicides or anything?
Yeah, since the 3rd of March, we've had 3 suicides on the wing. And when people hang themselves all the time, man will be on his cell bell. Yeah, someone's supposed to be on 5 minutes.
Okay.
It can take them hours sometimes to answer it.
Everyone on the inside is either struggling themselves or surrounded by people who are. If truth be told, suicide and self-harm are so common, it's no biggie.
I was in a prison where a load of people died, do you know what I mean, from hanging themselves. As hard as it sounds, it didn't really affect me, because I don't think, it's sad to say these things are kind of normal.
Would you say it's normal because of growing up in the prison environment? Or would you say it's normal, it's just normal to you?
Growing up where I'm from, growing up, being in prison, being in and out of prison, these things are just normal, do you know what I mean? It happens.
Did you ever feel suicidal in prison?
Yeah, I did. I don't, I'd be lying if I didn't. Not like, oh, right, I want to do it now. But it definitely crosses your mind because it's so prevalent. People are doing it. It crosses your mind, even if it's just a passing thing. And it's all to do with mental health. It's all to do because of undiagnosed trauma. Everyone's got this trauma. We've grown up with it, and everyone's been told to shut up and get on with it and be a man or whatever it is. And realistically, we need help in prisons. We need a lot of help, man.
I know what morph means. I saw 2 prisoners take their own lives myself. One of them had a bad phone call with someone on the outside. He then went to his cell opposite me and hung himself. I didn't know he was dead until his door was opened and I saw him swinging. It's something that will always stick with me. We were in prison to serve our time for the crimes that we've done, but losing so many friends is a harsh part of that.
So it's come to 10 o'clock in the morning. I'm thinking, right, where's my man? Gone to his cell. Open the door, he's just on his bed, he was sleeping, just chilling though. He's not even laying, he's just up half right. We're knocking the door, I'm not getting no response. shouted his name, not getting no response. Started beating off the door, no response. So I said, yo, my man must be dead in there, you know.
How does this affect you?
Yeah, it's just...
Your friend dying.
Yeah, it made me upset.
Did you cry?
I wouldn't say I cried, but I teared up, I welled up. That was someone I used to chill with every day. Just gone to your cell one morning and the man's just dead.
A lot of people who do make it out of prison don't feel like they've had enough help to stop them ending up back inside.
This isn't a place of rehabilitation, this is a place of punishment.
I'm going to sit down with the former Justice Secretary who was in charge whilst I was inside.
Now, I'm not pretending that everything in the garden is lovely. It's a huge challenge.
Late Entertainment on 4, proudly sponsored by William Hill Vegas. New drama on Channel 4.
Welcome back. Unbelievable, it's corrupt.
Michalka texted her friends for 3 days telling them her boyfriend's missing. She was in contact with him the whole time.
Choose who you wish to think is using it.
Justice, run, take the car.
I was being held captive. She had taken over my life.
My baby's auditioning for drag school.
Channel 4. It's just one drama after another.
We are the weirdos, mister.
Bake Off the Professionals is back.
Who's got this?
And TV's toughest judges have raised the bar.
You will face a secret challenge unlike any you've faced before.
To an even greater height.
It's time we've got lift off.
With challenges set by the industry's best.
To hit pastry chef at Harrods, Philip Cooley.
Prepare for the biggest sugar rush on TV.
Totally. Do I like it? Yes. I hope the banana doesn't fall down.
Bake Off the Professionals on Channel 4. Stream weekly or watch live from next Tuesday at 8.
Welcome to Popmaster TV, the music quiz where the first question is, did you know me on the radio? Fire contestants test their metal in pop's toughest test. You're gorgeous. Thank you so much. Let's play Popmaster.
Popmaster TV on More 4. Stream daily or watch live from tomorrow at 8.
Lebt ihr verfolgt?
Varför plötsligt vi på svenska?
Jag är inte säker.
Same, stream altogether different shows on Channel 4.
Late Entertainment on 4, proudly sponsored by William Hill Vegas.
If you just go by what you see on social media, prison life in the UK might even seem alright.
Okay. What? Some other people say that prison's easy. What would you say to that?
It depends on your aspect of easy, but you get your little milk, you get a little bag of cereal. That's supposed to be your breakfast. You get one hot meal a day. That's 11:30 in the morning. At between 4 and 4:30 is your dinner.
Most of the food you get given inside is pretty nasty.
Beef and any day breakfast or vegetarian.
That's He's grimy because it's not even cooked properly. That's from the raw, bro. It's madness. So not even a bird don't want to eat it.
You could buy more food in prison from the canteen if you have the money to spend.
So what's the kettle price? Let me see.
Kettle right here. Nothing in there right now, but it's prestige.
Yeah, you seen that right, my guy. You seen that right.
Some prisoners, especially lifers or those on long sentences, manage to make a pretty decent meal in the kettle.
HMP's cooking stuff. The most important thing about this is frying the garlic and the onion. Here's one I made earlier. So anyway, got the fish in there, onion, garlic. How does that smell? Lovely.
You can only buy extra food if you've got the money to spend. You do get paid in prison. It's £2.50 a week if you're unemployed, and minimum £4 a week if you do work. Family and friends can also send you money. Even though they're not supposed to, prisoners buy and sell to each other, and prices for basic stuff can be stupid.
How much for a normal packet?
It got to about £500 a packet of, like, 30 grams of amber leaf. Can you imagine? People were asking £500 for it.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Better know that living. We've got packs upon packs.
30 grams of tobacco from your local shop is around £20. So that's a mad markup. And tobacco isn't the only expensive thing.
How much do phones go for in prison?
It depends on the prison. It depends if there's how much phones there is in the prison. If you go to a prison where there's nothing and you're the only man with it, a little small phone, we call them Zancos, they're like the size of your baby finger or even smaller nowadays. They can go anything up to £3 grand.
You can get these phones on the outside for around £40.
Just come fresh over the wall today.
Prisoners borrow and lend off each other, but it's not the best idea.
Don't borrow, don't lend.
Why not?
There's bullies. There's some people that are actually bullies. You've got people that will lend you stuff just to get you under their little radar. Do you know?
In their pocket.
Yeah, in their pocket. Like, and they'll see that you're vulnerable. Do you know what I mean? And they'll take the mick out of it. So yeah, just try and stay away from it.
There's a high chance that not paying your debts inside won't end well for you.
Guy was just £25. Yeah, £25. Yeah, you're gonna kill a man for £25 in my cell.
This guy is telling a story about how his old cellmate reacted when he was owed £25 by another prisoner.
My cellmate thinks that fucking £25, man. Yeah, grabbed the guy's collarbone, snapped it, broke his snap. I had it snap. Got him on the floor, put him on the throat, batteries in the sock, beat his face, because there was no face left. Yeah, then got the kettle, melted his face. The guy tried to call out the cell, but as he tried to call out the cell, my cellmate grabbed his face and his skin come off. Yeah, you can see. You can see the man's bones. To the point I had to tell my cellmate, stop this, bro.
The wind's gone mad.
It gets tense between prisoners, partly because there's so many locked up. There are over 94,000 people in prison across the UK. The latest stats show that over 20% of prisoners in England and Wales were held in crowded conditions. The government says the prison population might rise to more than 106,000 over the next 4 years. Ideally, prison cells only hold 2 people, but this prisoner is saying he's been locked up with 3 other inmates.
So you all have to use the same one toilet in one cell?
Same toilet, you have a shower in the toilet, you have to use everything each other's, the kettle, everything.
And how did you deal with that situation, in the overcrowded situation?
I just tried my best to just stay out of my cellmate's way and just learn to put up with it, basically. That's it. Just got to put up with it.
When you do get out of prison, usually you don't want to go back. In 2020, Dean was released after spending 5 years inside.
Can you tell me what's going through your head the night before you get released?
So much, like,
Especially spending a long amount of time.
I couldn't sleep. Like, I just knew that all my people, they're gonna be waiting outside for me.
Fresh home, man. Come on. How did you come out of prison?
I came out of jail, like, you know, the works, champagne, cars.
Oh, you're coming again. God.
I think I done that wrong. I think I should have done it in a totally different way. I didn't realize that took a toll on me as well. Even in that space, I couldn't act like myself. I acted like a different person. I didn't want to do that. But obviously, that's what made my people happy as well. I was coming out and, so I said whatever to make them happy.
Dean's lived a crime-free life for over 3 years now. But that's not the case for everyone. The truth is, over 20% of prisoners reoffend after being released.
So do you feel like prison helps rehabilitate you?
No.
And why?
Because I've always done what I've done and I'll always do what I've done. So for me, there is no rehabilitation for drug dealers.
A lot of prisoners I've spoken to feel like they don't get any rehabilitation on the inside.
There's no real rehabilitation. There's structures in place to look like they are rehabilitating people, like courses that, you know, like I'm guessing the government make them do or whatever, but you're going to these courses and the people aren't even taking it seriously. You know what I mean? Like everyone gets the certificate at the end, whether you failed or not. Do you know what I mean? Like, they're not really doing it. They're just going through the motions of it to show that they've done it.
The government pledged to reform the education system in prison, first in 2016 and then in 2019, as part of the Conservative Manifesto. Out of the 85,000 prison population today, just over 50% have completed courses.
If you can say anything to the government, if you can send a message to the government, what would you say?
Make people's time purposeful, not just wasting them in workshops. So you're making t-shirts, you're making prison furniture. That's not helping someone prepare for release. Do you know what I mean? I feel like that's setting someone up to fail. Do you see what I'm saying? All right, for example, me being before I went to prison, I never had a job. I didn't even know how to get a job or what a job was. Do you see what I'm saying? So why don't we prepare people for these things?
This isn't a place of rehabilitation, this is a place of punishment. And if you don't have a strong mind, then you will be punished in it. And you won't progress. You have to look for ways to progress.
A lot of people are coming out of jail and they've got nowhere to go. So what's going to happen after that? They still go back and end up committing crimes and that, just so they can survive.
Hello.
But they just need to put more things in place. And they say, in prison, it's rehabilitation or whatever. But you got to rehabilitate yourself. They're not doing that for you. You got to want to rehabilitate yourself. Do you know what I mean? And you also got to come out and do that yourself. Because you come out and you're going to rely on them, you're going to go back to prison.
These videos from inside prison were uploaded online illegally. The phones come in all shapes and sizes, and some can even pass through metal detectors without getting picked up. A lot of people put them up their ass. Almost 8,000 phones were found by prison officers in a year. They can use these scanners to track them down.
If you got any phones, we're checking them out. Yeah, phone for you. Yeah. Have you ever been found with a phone in prison?
Yeah.
What's the process, the punishment process?
They get a day where you go and sit in front of the outside judge, basically, yeah? And basically, you get a chance to explain yourself.
So it's like court?
Yeah, it's basically exactly like court.
If you get caught with a phone inside prison, you're risking extra time added to your sentence.
She gave me the maximum penalty with like 40 or 50 something days, I think.
42 days?
Yeah, 42 days.
Would you say it's worth taking the risk?
What do you mean, though?
Is it worth making those videos?
If you're on your way out, there's possibly you can do it. But some people do it and they still got 2 years left where they're just going to get terrorized your whole sentence by the officers in security.
Dean's not the only one who had time added onto his sentence because of his mobile.
Did you get caught?
Yeah, I've only got 5 videos filmed because I had it that little of amount of time.
What did you end up getting? What extra days?
I got 42 extra days for a smartphone. It was great to have, but it just got me 42 extra days, and it cost me £750 to lose and then lost it after probably 10 weeks of having it.
Did you ever get in trouble for taking these videos?
Yeah, I got 270 extra days for videos, being on social media, taking pictures, nearly a year extra on my sentence for what? So it's definitely not worth the punishment, you know what I mean?
I want to interview someone from the government about the state of prisons today.
We're looking for an interview with the Justice Secretary. Would that be possible?
Despite asking a few times over the last few weeks, they wouldn't do it.
So you're not going to be able to facilitate the interview? Okay. All right, thanks.
Sir Robert Buckland did agree to sit down with me. He was Secretary of State for Justice and is still a Conservative MP. He was in charge of prisons in England and Wales while I was inside.
Thank you for coming down, though, right?
Well, thank you.
In 2020, the government promised to spend more than $4 billion to make 18,000 new prison places across England and Wales by the mid-2020s.
How confident are you that you're going to meet this target?
Well, I mean, the prison building programme is an ambitious programme. It's one of the biggest programmes in government of that type, of spending capital money on building new infrastructure. They're places where I think prisoners can do more of their time and have more of that sense of rehabilitation and purpose.
Do you think it's likely, though?
Well, look, I'm not being close to the figures. You know, I've been out of office in that department for 18 months. I don't know precisely where they are. You know, if they miss it, we'll need an explanation as to why. My view is that everybody should be straining, you know, might and main to get that target met, because we need those places.
The government says they have already delivered over 5,200 new prison places. We asked the Ministry of Justice if they'll meet their target of 18,000 by the middle of this decade, like they promised they would. They told us,
As soon as you land here, lads, you're going to get it on back, it's going to get opened up on site, get it on the
in 2019, the government announced a £100 million investment in making prisons safer.
That particular announcement related to what we call describes airport-style security, which is all about being able to not just frisk people coming in and out of prison, but also to use particular scanners to look inside them to see what they might be carrying.
In terms of weapons don't come from reception. Weapons are made in a prison. So what can you do about that?
Now that's a really good point. You're right to pick me up on that, because I felt very strongly for many years that there were still too many items in prisons that can be adapted into weapons. You and I have seen what can be done with a razor blade, for example. You can see what can be done with a sharpened end of a utensil. Even a toothbrush can be turned into an offensive weapon. And therefore, what we've got to do is anticipate the ways in which these items can be adapted and make them safe.
I showed Sir Robert Buckland some clips of the kind of weapons that are inside prison.
Some of those items didn't look like merely adapted items from razor blades or toothbrushes. They looked like, weapons. And they would have appeared, as I would have thought, as large items. They should have been detected. That shouldn't be happening.
What about while you were Justice Secretary? How much you spent? How much you know?
The programme was rolling out. I don't have the facts and figures at the top of my head. But I certainly remember being satisfied that the programme was being carried out. But as I say, I've not seen the final results of that, because I left office nearly 2 years ago.
Well, you announced it in 2019. You left office in 2021. So you must have some idea on what's going on.
The rollout was happening when I was in office. I haven't seen the final analysis or outcome of that spend, but I was certainly, when I was in office, I was being reassured and satisfied that the programme was being developed and that machines and items being commissioned.
And the Conservative government has been in power for over 10 years, so the responsibility lies in you. So what's happened?
Well, a lot's happened, and I think, as I was saying, we come on lips and bones. I am more than happy to talk about the increase in funding that I achieved, not just in terms of security, but in terms of the capital investment that we're making in prisons. Now, I'm not pretending that everything in the garden is lovely. It's a huge challenge, and we still, I think, are facing some very big issues in our prisons.
We asked the Ministry of Justice what current plans are in place in English and Welsh prisons to stop things like razor blades and toothbrushes being made into weapons. They told us, We also asked them how much of the £100 million promised almost 4 years ago to make prisons safer has been spent, and what that money was used for. They told us I regret the crimes I committed and feel guilty for the people I've caused harm to. Like everyone else on social media, prisoners only show the parts of their lives that they want people to see. What you don't see online is the grim, depressing reality of life inside. It's such a waste. Now that I'm out, I never want to go back.
And if you've been affected by any of the issues in tonight's programme, you can head to channel4.com/support for advice and info. And the rest of the Untold series is available to stream right now as we dive into true stories told from all sides.
That's what we call star-studded entertainment. Late entertainment on 4, proudly sponsored by William Hill Vegas.
Jay and Laura are battling it out to find Britain's best beach huts. They're like soldiers stood to attention.
People pay millions to be there.
Well, not for some.
In sauna.
This is what you call a beach hut.
Britain's best beach huts on Channel 4, stream weekly. Watch live Thursday at 8.
It was just a crazy 2 weeks.
We needed to evacuate a very large number of people. I've never seen desperation like that.
Told across 3 consecutive nights.
They're expecting that we are taking all of them.
The dramatic story of the British escape from Kabul. Evacuation on Channel 4. Stream or watch live from Sunday at 9. One patient has a narrow window of time to receive life-saving treatment, and we meet nurse Emma, who's looking after him. With scenes of medical care, we're in St George's for 24 hours in A&E, now on Channel 4. Trail running sets me against myself. It's pure adventure. Nothing beats going further than you thought possible.
Explore a world of documentaries on 4, sponsored by the all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E.
So much of what we rely on has fallen away. Everything about life has become more challenging and difficult. We've all had to make sure that we're looking out for each other, not leaving people behind.
I like a female homemade head-on collision of 80 miles an hour.
Hit to the right, cardiac arrest.
I can't feel a pulse. Start checking questions.
Mark.
Mark.
We have a cold. How'd you like your tea? 2 sugars.
St George's, London.
Doing really, really well.
One of Britain's busiest A&E departments.
Are you able to come now? It is ready for us.
It's got mental in here. Officially full in recess.
Who's the most famous person you've met?
Sinatra. Really?
It's fun.
A place where life,
I just love doctors.
love,
Haven't got to go down here.
and loss
Just say goodbye to your family, okay?
unfold every single day.
Namely, whether it's patients or the people that I work with, I see ordinary people doing extraordinary things.
Hold on.
Filmed across one 24-hour period, these are the stories of a nation and its health service.
So sorry.
Wait, sorry. This is literally the reason we're here. When faced with pain, when faced with hurt, people's innate desire is to stand by one another.
I missed you. I'd like to never see you again.
Oh, sweetheart.
time and time again, day after day, people choose to love.
You're in safe hands. And you're all good. All right, darling?
We're the stroke team, okay? We've each got a different role and everything's going to happen pretty quickly, so please bear with us.
Nurse Emma is part of the stroke team on call today in resus.
I came to nursing quite late. Relax, we're going to bring you over here, okay? I was never good at exams. I got all D's and E's at school. I got an F for Spanish. Yeah, very potent to in Spanish. So I got a job whilst I was at school. I was a Saturday girl in a dry cleaners. I was 17, nearly 18, and I looked around and was like, everyone else has been here years, you know, there's no career. I was like, I can't do this anymore. But I didn't know what I wanted to do. Your veins aren't being corseted today. One day, my dad actually saw a job in a paper for a healthcare assistant. So I thought, oh, go on then, I'll give it a go. But I don't think I ever had self-belief. I never thought I would be able to qualify as a nurse. But I think the team at St George's definitely believed in me. They said a stroke, it was a bleed, a stroke, it was an hemorrhage. Yeah. Are there any? St George's. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
A 71-year-old man is being rushed to St George's after suffering from a suspected stroke.
Adel, from what I was calling it here in a minute. I'm based on the stroke unit, but as soon as that red phone goes off, we go down to recess. You'll be on call, then you'll get another call, then you'll get another call, and you think, oh my God. When a stroke happens, you're starving the brain of oxygen. The patient can lose up to 2 million brain cells every minute, so you're really against time. Sometimes you have to intervene with medication. We aim to give the drug in 30 minutes from the time they come into resus. The quicker you give it, you're saving brain cells from dying.
This is Tom. Tom's 71. Lives at home with wife and cancer. He's woken up around about the 4 o'clock mark with short of breath. During that time, wife's noticed that he's not been able to talk or string the sentences together properly. Thanks very much.
A sharp scratch in your left arm, okay?
Now I want you to do 2 things for me. I want you to close your eyes and then quickly breathe my hand. Breathe my hand. Squeeze my hand. Squeeze my finger. Okay.
You can assess the patient just by looking at them. You can see that they've got a facial droop, a weakness, they're not able to talk. There's a wide variety of symptoms of having a stroke.
I'm not hearing the top. I'm not seeing anything. Anything's clicking.
You're having trouble finding the right words. To read that for me?
Yes, yes. I can read, yes, I can talk.
Yeah, read it out loud.
Yeah, read it.
Yeah, I can read right, see right, mix it with probably for 5 seconds, like somewhere for this.
I think we're on, yeah?
Sorry.
Okay, so as soon as the scan's ready, we're going to go. If you don't treat a stroke, you can develop swelling in the brain. Somebody could be disabled for the rest of their lives or ultimately die.
Documentaries on 4, sponsored by the all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E.
I see trees of green. It was just a crazy 2 weeks. I don't think I ever expected to be in that situation.
Taliban forces are marching ever closer to the capital, Kabul.
We needed to evacuate a very large number of people.
I basically took a sixth form field trip to Kabul.
There were thousands and thousands of people who flooded onto the airfield. I've never seen desperation like that. They're expecting that we are taking all of them. I didn't know what else I could do to help.
Told across 3 consecutive nights.
But we weren't going to stop.
The dramatic story of the British escape from Kabul. Evacuation on Channel 4. Stream or watch live on Sunday at 9. You have to do it now. Christian is
My stomach's terrible.
heard of the Eye for an Eye. Brand new series, No Regrets. Before We Die on Channel 4. Stream all episodes now. Watch live tomorrow at 9.
I need more tea.
On Channel 4.
So friends for 3 days telling them her boyfriend's missing. She was in contact with her.
You wish to think is using you. I was being held captive. She had taken over my life.
Baby's auditioning for drag school.
Channel 4. It's just one drama after another.
We are the weirdos, mister.
Welcome to Popmaster TV, the music quiz where the first question is, did you know me on the radio? 5 contestants test their metal in Pop's toughest test. You're gorgeous. Thank you so much. Let's play Popmaster.
Popmaster TV on More 4. Stream daily or watch live from tomorrow at 8.
Documentaries on 4, sponsored by the all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E.
Are you going to blow your nose? You don't need to blow your nose.
Alright.
No, please don't blow your nose.
Alright.
Wipe your nose. Okay. That's all right. No.
97-year-old Leslie has been transferred from a local hospital after suffering with persistent nosebleeds. He's been joined by his daughter, Helen.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, I'm Ella. I'm one of the nurses here.
Hiya.
Nice to meet you, Leslie.
I do.
Can you tell me your birthday?
Can I tell you my birthday?
Yeah.
No, it's a secret, love.
Secret. How come?
18/11/22.
Perfect. Just need to put this one up. There we go.
Thank you.
Have you had a blood test since coming here, Leslie?
No, I don't think so.
97. You can't really afford to lose much.
I'll probably just put an annual in as well.
Okay.
Don't worry about getting old, love. Age is only a number.
Dad was born in Bermondsey in London. Dad described Bermondsey as being quite a tough place. Was it your grandma who said she lived quite an age?
She was 94, and she was a bloody miracle round where I lived.
A lot of his family worked in the docks. Dad said you would see queues of men lining up just to get a job for the day. What do you put your longevity down to?
It's all in the genes, isn't it? It's from where you come from.
The dockers would spend half their time in the pub, and Dad, for sort of entertainment, would sit on the street outside the pub as a kid, watching the guys come out, having a fight with one another, and that was the life he was living in. His mother and father split up when he was about 8. He lived on soup a lot of the time because that was sort of what his mum could afford. So at 14, he had to go out and get a job. I think because he came from a broken home, it was important for Dad to make sure that he created a stable, safe environment for us.
Okay, Leslie, I'm just going to pop your sleeve up a little bit. You look quite dry.
Well, he hasn't had much to drink or
Okay, we can always get you some. Get you a big glass of water as well.
it just so happened that Mum lived at number 10 in the road and Dad moved to number 32. They grew up together, but they didn't really play together or anything like that.
Okay.
But then, as they got older, Dad bumped into her on the way home from work. He worked as a bricklayer in London, helping repair bomb damage. She worked in the Home Office, and they met coming off the train at the same time.
I'll just send off these bloods now.
All right, okay.
It shouldn't take too long to come back because I've put them in the fast lab.
Lovely, thank you.
That's okay. How do you have your tea?
No sugar.
Just milk? Perfect.
Thank you.
That's okay.
Mum was very vivacious, the life and soul. She was such a wonderful mum, and everybody held her in high regard. For Dad, you know, nothing was too much. And at the time, I don't think I really understood how hard it was for him.
Hello, everybody.
Oh, hi.
So I had a thought.
I can have the tea.
You can have tea. But
But
sometimes
you can't have
please.
drinks.
You can't have hot drinks.
Hot drinks.
What
So
am I having?
I've got apple juice.
Apple juice.
I know, I'm sorry.
I can't remember the last time you had that.
I
very
haven't got
much.
biscuits. You can have biscuits with your apple juice if you
Oh,
want.
that's so kind. Thank you so much.
So very nice talk about apple juice though. Very nice.
Good.
Yeah, thank you. Would you like a biscuit?
Yeah. Open them up at the subway. Thank you.
There we go. People who wear makeup do tend to have shorter eyelashes.
And that's because women are more likely to wear makeup than men. It's just a correlation, isn't it?
It's unfair though, because like I don't have long eyelashes. I'm the girl. Okay, here we go. So apparently, the eyes are the nipples of the face.
We're probably doing everything, okay?
Nurse Emma has taken 71-year-old Thomas for an urgent CT scan to determine the severity of his stroke.
You repeat after me. It's baby hippopotamus. Absolutely.
As the stroke team, you are working to the same goal.
Hello, Laurie.
I can't see it. It's all right. It's all right. We're responsible for someone's life, and it's scary. This gentleman's probably just symbolised. It's probably thrombectomy, so we can do it really quick. The CT scan quickly determines whether they've had a clot or a bleed on the brain. You just got to keep still, okay? You'll hope not to see a bleed. If they haven't had a bleed, then you can treat the clot that is blocking off the artery. Thrombolysis, the clot busting drug, is powerful. It can really save someone's life. But there are risks with it. They say 1 in 100 will die.
32.
What's his story? So it was lasting well by his wife last night at 11 p.m. At 4:30 this morning, developed a short breath, then his wife couldn't sort of make heads or tails of anything that he was saying.
All finished. You're alright. Right, we'll get you off, okay?
The stroke team must now wait for Thomas's scan results to find out whether it's safe to give him the clot-busting drug.
Just relax, okay? Okay, right, all done. I started from the bottom as a healthcare system. I did the nitty-gritty, the dirty jobs. It was very hard and tough. So it was at 6 and then 6. When I came to St George's, my mentor, Alison, literally on the day that I started, said, I'm going to put you on the access course for nursing. So, how you doing? Yeah? She believed in me. She would say, come on this drug round, we'll do it together. She wanted to get me familiar with that sort of thing early on. I think she foresaw what I might be, but I definitely had my doubts. I'm from the stroke unit, so you're going to come with me once we've done everything. Okay, you can come stay on my ward. She'd set me up for what I'm doing now. Just relax, okay?
What's the outcome of this, Jack? So I feel like he's going to need a chest X-ray. I fell down a flight of stairs a week ago.
Physician Associate Davina has just started her shift at Resus.
I've worked at A&E for about 10 months now. I'm quite a newbie. My first day in A&E, I remember walking in, saying hello to the consultant, and it's like that new job feeling, but added internal gut-wrenching, squeezing feeling.
Davina, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Can you show you what's going on?
You're surrounded by all this chaos. I tiptoed around a lot. It's quite nerve-wracking going into resus and dealing with people who are very sick, very unstable.
Excellent, let's go.
Anything else you want me to do?
Doing your stuff, thank you.
You have to just learn and absorb.
So you've got Sinead running, you've got those two in there, you've got me sliding.
But the consultants really push you to get involved with all the patients. They're just like, don't worry about it. You've got this. Off you go.
Hello, St. George's. Is it a trauma? Yeah. Okay, Charlie. Thank you, bye. Adult female, made a trauma, 5 minutes.
An 88-year-old woman is being rushed to St George's after falling at home and injuring her head.
Head injury, G615.
When there's a trauma, there's so many people running around. It can be quite a stressful environment. With head injuries, the risks are damage to the brain, bleeding. We also do worry about the neck. Specifically, we worry about the mechanism of injury. If the impact has been that significant to cause deep, big wounds, then there's a high suspicion for brain injury.
Well done.
Okay, this is Mary, 8 years old. Mary's bending over today to put her dog on her knees. She's falling forwards and she's hit her head on a metal cage letterbox. So injury and concerns from top to toe. We've got a 2-inch lap on the crown region to the left-hand side. There's adipose tissue visible. She's got some bleeding. She's got left-sided facial weakness, which is new, and it was confirmed by her friend as well. She's got a 1-inch bruise to the left patella, and there's no other obvious injuries.
Thanks very much.
No worries.
Your arm flat for me, lovely. It's going to be a sharp scratch in your arm. You okay?
Treating elderly patients comes with its own challenges. They can potentially have a lot of other things wrong with them.
My name's Will, I'm one of the doctors here.
Oh, well.
Just going to have a little look at this.
The mechanism of trauma could indicate that there actually might be something more severe or more life-threatening going on.
Documentaries on 4, sponsored by the all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E.
Bake Off the Professionals is back.
Each time we've got lift off.
And with new challenges, prepare for the biggest sugar rush on TV.
I hope the banana doesn't fall down.
Bake Off the Professionals on Channel 4. Stream weekly or watch live from next Tuesday at 8.
Kind of you to accept our invitation. Your mission, should you choose to accept it.
There's lots of more. The Mission Impossible Collection. Stream free or watch live from Monday at 9 on Film 4.
Nowhere inspires quite like Silverstone.
It's the greatest sporting event of the British summer.
Hamilton wins the British Grand Prix.
And we've got live coverage of every session across the whole weekend. Who will join the greats? Formula One coverage from Silverstone on Channel 4. Stream or watch live from Friday, 7th of July.
Let me start by saying we are huge fans. You know what's missing?
A little church.
So, meet our brand new vision for streaming on Channel 4.
To the Great Pottery Throwdown! We have it here! Meet New Hampshire's most hilarious freshmen, the Dairy Girls, starring Sister Mike.
What's all this generic high school enough?
Ellie, let's dig into this. And within that analysis, let's analysis of events.
Your task is to amuse me.
Face Myra.
Gonna start again.
Pretty awesome, huh?
That were rubbish.
Yeah.
Sick of everything feeling the same? Stream all together different shows on Channel 4.
Documentaries on 4, sponsored by the all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E.
Tell me exactly what happened today.
I bent down to put the lead on him, and somehow I fell forward.
So it was a mechanical fall, as in you just lost your footing or you tripped or just lost your balance and couldn't quite catch it in time.
Yeah, and I'm a bit arthritic.
You're 88 years old as well, aren't they?
Mary has been brought to resus with a head injury after falling at home.
And now somebody was saying that your face was a bit weak. What's that all about?
I don't know.
Yeah, can I have a little look? Is that all right? Hold your breath. You smile for me. You show me your teeth like that. Very good. Perfect.
I think my mother would like me to be a nun. But she was right off course there. I was a rebel. I
think you look very beautiful. I don't think your left side of your face is droopy at all.
I was born in Woodford Green, but when I was a teenager, we moved to Bermuda because my father joined the police force there.
I think we could probably just put some glue on that, Mary. Yeah.
He was very outgoing, my father. He loved having masses of people round. But my mother, she wasn't into drinking and roistering.
Mary.
Will said you might be able to stick it together.
That's the code. If not, we can just put a couple of stitches in this one if it needs. We'll give it a good clean and then we'll get there.
There was a lot of partying in Bermuda. It was quite hedonistic, really. Naval ships used to come and go. I particularly liked submariners. They seemed to be a breed apart. I used to call my house Mary's bathhouse. They used to like to come and have a shower.
The wound looks quite deep.
I mean, they're all glued beautifully. There's no real tension on the wound either.
Irrespective of how deep it is.
Yeah, it's all about the tension, really. You might need a couple of them, just like that. Just hands away, just hold it together, and then just dab along, hold it for a bit, and then I'll just put a second layer over it. Beautiful.
Might have to just give your hair a little bit of a trim.
Right. Just around it. You're adept at hairdressing as well, aren't you?
A woman of many talents, eh?
I think it was the done thing to get married and have children.
So we're both going to give you a haircut.
Yeah.
Oh. It was probably unusual in that I would not have liked to have been told what to do or where to go or what I should wear or anything like that. No. You're going to groom me?
We are going to groom you.
I did get engaged at one stage. He was the captain of a submarine. A beautiful ring. I remember him taking me down to meet his parents. But I don't think Mother approved of me at all. So no, that ended. How many days does it take to dissolve?
1 or 2 weeks.
No, no. I'd always fancied journalism. I used to love English and writing essays, but it was poo-pooed, you know, you girls don't go into journalism.
That's pretty good together, isn't it? Very good, yeah.
I never got encouraged in that line at all. So I put it to the back of my mind, but the seed must have grown.
Mary, she's done a good job.
I felt she was doing a good job.
Beautiful. All right. Yeah. And then, just the advice.
Yeah.
Before we go, etc.
I don't think I have had a shift, I don't know.
There's no tension in that wound at all. And just that much, and it was beautifully together with a cut.
The consultants are like wise owls of the hospital. Like Winnie the Pooh. Owls are just like knowledgeable creatures, aren't they? I think I'm more of a Tigger character, just bouncing around. And what is nice is they will talk you through your thought process. So why did they do that? Or why did they pick this over this?
And it saves so much, doesn't it? Suturing, she doesn't have to go and have the stitches out. You probably get a better scar with glue than you do with putting in a load of more trauma to the skin anyway.
They're always teaching, and I think that's really good to make us as juniors improve on our practice. I'm a sponge. I definitely am a sponge. As much knowledge as you can give me, give it to me. I'm ready to just absorb.
Can we just push to get her to scan? Because
well, Mary, let's just say my driving skills are not the best, so we'll give it our best go.
I'll hand over that he can swallow, but just full supervision.
Nurse Emma is 10 hours into her shift.
All right. Okay. Can you hold a tray? I feel I've got a lot of experience from working on the floor. I was always good at hands-on learning. What side does it bleed? I was so supported by the hospital and by my mentor, Alison. The course was a tough journey. I qualified as a nurse in 2014. I'm senior now, I've put so many years into it and worked my way up, it's so rewarding. How you doing? Yeah?
Thomas is waiting for the results of his CT scan after he suffered a suspected stroke earlier today.
Do you feel short of breath more than normal?
Yes, more than that.
I think it's because your heart rate is in the ceiling.
Yes.
And that will make you short of breath. Okay.
Yes, very often.
Yeah. Managing someone's blood pressure is one of the most important things that you're doing. If their blood pressure is too high, then that means that they can't have the drug. You're ultimately the face of the team and you're trying to make the patient relax. Work wonders at St George's.
And also this. My wife is for a reason she got a bit on this suburbs, but she's
I can imagine it's so frightening for patients when they understand that this is going on and they can't express themselves. Take your time, the words are there.
My wife is a nurse.
She's a nurse?
Yes. To the vet something, or something, something.
She's quite a senior nurse?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. She's very close to them. Oh, please, she said.
I'm not quite understanding most of it, but I'm obviously proud of her.
Yes.
That's good.
The stroke team now has the results of Thomas's CT scan.
So that's happy for us to go ahead.
His thrombolysis?
Yeah.
Okay, he thinks he's about 95 kilograms, he's telling me. Yes, I'm gonna probably do 90. Being a thrombolysis nurse, I've done this for so long, but I still have adrenaline run through me when I know that you're going to be thrombolysing this patient. It's a big responsibility. He was last seen well by his wife last night, but he is clearly aphasic and there's no established infarct. So daughter needle time, aim less than 30 minutes. That's why we rush. You're drawing it up, you're assessing if it's the right amount. I'm giving it 150 at 184. We want blood pressure to be below 185 at 115. And then we just want it to 15 minutes, but I'm going to do it a bit more frequently just to make sure it doesn't then go up. So 10% given at 6:10, yeah? Giving them this drug can save their life, but you're looking for any signs if there's a reaction to the drug. If their blood pressure goes too high whilst you're giving them the drug, then that is life-threatening.
The stroke team must now wait and see if the clot-busting drug has been effective.
6:12 is the infusion.
Do you want to know how the paramedics spelled tendonitis? TENDER. NIT.
Tendonitis. Oh, bless them.
It's alright, you don't need to be able to spell to save a life, right?
They're not killing me in here overnight, are they?
We don't know. Now I understand when Mum said years ago that you had horrendous nosebleeds, and I didn't realise how bad they were. Mum was about 9 years younger than Dad. She was stunningly beautiful, had auburn hair, a very elegant lady. In a sense, they were a bit like chalk and cheese. You know, Dad had come from a background that had been quite tough. Mum had had a background of dancing school every Saturday, but they were a very popular couple.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, dear.
Hello. Do you want me to get you a sandwich?
Is that what we'll go for tea, a sandwich?
Yes, I think so. It's the best I can offer, unfortunately.
Although a nice bit of steak and chips, if you don't mind.
Sandwiches is all I have.
Go on, I'll settle for a sandwich then.
To go on there.
I've spoken to Janet and just let her know what's been going on, so I just said I'll keep her posted. My parents only thought they were having one baby, and then Mum went into premature labour and had twins. They thought of a name for the baby, which was Janet, and I was named Helen after one of the nurses.
Guess what, Leslie? It's your lucky day. I've got a beef sandwich. It's basically steak and chips.
They got it on brown.
Oh, come on.
I thought this was a first-class hotel.
Almost,
yes,
but
not quite.
No, that's fine, though.
Mum and Dad were very traditional parents. Mum brought us up and would discipline us, but if we didn't hear, it was always, well, I'll tell your father, and then he'd have to have the last word. Dad worked really hard. He was a milkman and he'd been on the building trade, but he then found a job as a washing machine engineer, and he loved that job. For 25 years he did it. Everything he's worked for. Because his father didn't have a particularly brilliant job, it was very, very important for Dad to make sure that he provided for us the best he could, and we had a wonderful childhood.
Can you get me a couple of those paper towels?
I can. When they retired, They were in their 60s and they took up ballroom dancing.
Thank you.
But Dad had 2 left feet, and so all the men wanted to dance with my mum because she was such a wonderful dancer. Hello.
Could you tell me what happened, please?
At 10:30, Dad's nose started to bleed. It continued till about 12:15.
Leslie, is it okay if I have a look inside your nose?
In 2015, Mum started falling over. They sent her for a scan and they discovered that one part of the brain was dying, and they diagnosed it was a form of dementia.
You're too old with the trees.
Sorry about that. So the prominent vessel, I can cauterize, it's a little far back. But I'm just gonna go check this bloods as well. That we're taking today.
Yeah, okay. My mum went downhill really quickly, and so he cared for her until we realised he wasn't managing.
What time is it? Oh my God.
Well, don't forget you're in St George's. We're not at home.
I'm in St George's.
You're in St George's, yes. I realised actually just how much of a strain it was for him to be looking after himself.
Documentaries on 4, sponsored by the all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E. Jay and Laura are battling it out to find Britain's best beach huts.
They're like soldiers stood to attention.
People pay millions to be there.
Well, not for some.
Arizona!
This is what you call a beach hut.
Britain's best beach huts on Channel 4, stream weekly. Watch live Thursday at 8.
I see trees of green. It was just a crazy 2 weeks. I don't think I ever expected to be in that situation.
Taliban forces are marching ever closer to the capital, Kabul.
We needed to evacuate a very large number of people.
I basically took a sixth form field trip to Kabul.
There were thousands and thousands of people who flooded onto the airfield. I've never seen desperation like that.
They're expecting that we are taking all of them.
I didn't know what else I could do to help.
Told across 3 consecutive nights.
But we weren't going to stop.
The dramatic story of the British escape from Kabul. Evacuation on Channel 4. Stream or watch live from Sunday at 9.
You have to do it up now. The farmers.
Christian is as good as dead.
He's a smart kid.
We've heard of an eye for an eye. Brand new series, there'll be no regrets. Before We Die on Channel 4. Stream all episodes now. Watch live tomorrow at 9.
Let's have some music now then, shall we? But before we do, a big shout out to Neil and Christine Hamilton. If someone had told me 20 years ago that I'd be living up a tree, chomping on a pound of stinking bishop that the leader of the UKIP party had sent me, humbled.
Brand new comedy, The Change on Channel 4. Stream all episodes now. Watch live Wednesday at 10. In a Channel 4 special, Jon Snow looks back
Snipers still in many of the buildings.
on a remarkable career.
He was fearless. I think we all owe it to humanity that we do get involved, and that is the guiding principle of good journalism.
Jon Snow, A Witness to History on Channel 4. Stream now. Watch live from Sunday at 10. Documentaries on 4, sponsored by the all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E.
Well done, we're all finished.
Mary has been given a CT scan after suffering a head injury at home.
Thanks, guys.
Hello again.
Hello. When I came back to England from Bermuda, I was looking for a job, and I saw this ad and I applied, and the owner said, I have got a position we could offer you in editorial.
We're just going to move you around to another part of A&E if that's okay.
Yeah.
Because we're full in here.
Oh. most of the other editors in this publishing company were men, but I never felt different because I was a woman. You know, I just joined in with all the boys.
Stickers everywhere.
I became executive editor of a journal called Dental Practice for over 40 years.
Oh, hello, can you guys another key recorder?
I got an MBE for services to dentistry. At first, I thought someone was playing a joke on me when the letter came through. It was an exciting time actually getting it.
Sorry, scan's fine. With your head and everything's fine. So I think we should get you up, walk you around, and everything's okay. You should go home.
It probably was unusual that I didn't want to get married and settle down and have children. But to me, pursuing my career was much more interesting and much more satisfying. I think I would have been lost without my career. I love my independence, yeah. I wanted to go my own way.
Working with the consultants, you learn so much, you get really stuck in. Are you carrying a septin? Not septin, a septin? Now in A&E, I can now officially say I love my job. I get that patient contact that I need, and I can feel like I'm helping people. But to walk in, you think I'm going to boss it today. It's an experience and it's a confidence thing. I know when I've made it in A&E, if I do not get the fear of going to research, I'm just still not there yet.
Have you had anything to eat?
Yes, yep, you've had a sandwich and I've had a sandwich.
Leslie is waiting to have blood vessels in his nose cauterized after suffering from persistent nosebleeds.
I'm going to cauterize a small vessel in your nose. Is that okay?
Do you know what's really strange is that Dad's wife died today 3 years ago. So, you know, we find ourselves in hospital again. Mum died 3.5 years ago, and it was just after that when Dad's health deteriorated, we noticed that things weren't quite right.
No,
You're going to be sick?
No. I want that.
What do you want, Dad?
No, what is?
What's that for?
We'll take a pill.
No, you've not taken a pill. No, this is for the doctor.
This is for, so I can have a look in your
You've got no pills. Don't worry, that's not for you. My dad was diagnosed with dementia within a year of Mum passing. I think the shock and the emotional experience of Mum probably had an effect. Dad's got short-term memory loss. And his way of dealing with this is to pack things up his nose, and that's not helped.
Is it painful?
Is it painful?
Yeah.
No, not really.
That's good. There's just one last small spot.
Dad's dementia affects him in that he doesn't really know what day of the week it is. Some evenings we could have dinner about 5, 6 o'clock, and at 9 o'clock he'll say, "Have we eaten?" Because he can't remember that we've already had something to eat.
You mind if I remove this?
Since COVID, I've moved in with my dad. He had carers coming in.
Try not to blow your nose. Try not to blow your nose.
I think I have definitely learnt from him. The greater understanding of sacrificial love, about caring for somebody when they need it.
Thank you for all your care, loving care and attention. It's really appreciated, I could assure you.
I know, Dad. Showing a thankfulness for all that he did for me and my sister. He spent 16 plus years looking after Janet and I, so
It's very kind of you in a way to think of it that way.
it's okay. So we'll have some cream and then hopefully we'll go home. We don't often say thank you to those that have given a lot. You got a nice fetching gown. That's fabulous. I do feel blessed and privileged spending time with Dad.
Thank you.
How you doing? Yeah?
Nurse Emma has administered a clot-busting drug after Thomas suffered a stroke earlier today.
So you're still having something to bring your heart rate down?
yes.
Your heart rate's still like 150 or 60. You'll come to the stroke unit. We'll monitor you very closely. We'll we won't be going home today. You're not going to be allowed out of bed. Bed rest only. It's rewarding doing this. Alright, take this. Take a very small sip, okay? Just one sip first. You're doing this important thing, and especially when there's a good outcome, if you see the patient improving. I feel fortunate to be able to be in the position that I am and part of the team saving people's lives. It's good. I enjoy it. Hi.
Stroke sister Alison has arrived in resus to help assess Thomas.
His first symptom was breathlessness at home. So he went to bed last night and then he came into her this morning, like 3:30, 4 o'clock, breathless. And then about 10 minutes later, she noticed that he wasn't able to speak. I thought I owe everything to my mentor. Alison, I wouldn't be where I am now if it wasn't for her, believing in me.
We're okay with you, all right? You're looking good, all right? Your heart rate is a bit higher today. Are you very anxious, do you feel?
No, I'm not afraid, but I'm very good. I'm very well.
Emma is now one of the senior staff nurses, and she's just grown into this wonderful person.
Right, Alison's from the ward.
Yes.
She's going to take over.
You sort of do have a gut feeling when you're working with someone, you think, wow, they're going to be brilliant.
I might see you in a day or two in the ward, okay?
You know they're learning all the time, as I do every day. And that's the lovely thing about my job. I think I never don't learn.
So we're going to get you upstairs. Okay?
I'm proud of all the staff on the unit, really proud. Very privileged to work with them.
Thomas will now be taken to a specialist stroke ward for further monitoring.
I didn't see myself being a senior nurse, but when I came to St George's, I could see this path in front of me. So the gas is there, lactate's 2.5, sodium is very low. Oh, that's about. I worked very hard to train and then qualify at the end. And I'm always learning new things. Even now, I can't believe that I did it. This job is what makes me happy. I couldn't imagine doing anything else. Bye.
Madigan is the love of my life, yeah. I don't think I would have dreamt of compromising, no. because I value my independence.
You know, how blessed am I to spend this time with Dad now? I know he likes having me around. You want to know you're loved because you've loved.
I feel that wisdom definitely comes with experience. Working on a ward, looking after so many different kinds of patients, and then that rubs off on other people, teaching them different things. It's so rewarding. I'm almost proud of myself now.
And if you've been affected by any of the issues in tonight's programme, you can head to channel4.com/support for advice and info.
Trail running sets me against myself. It's pure adventure. Explore a world of documentaries on Ford, sponsored by the all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E.
Nowhere inspires quite like Silverstone.
It's the greatest sporting event of the British summer.
Hamilton wins the British Grand Prix.
And we've got live coverage of every session across the whole weekend. Who will join the greats? Formula One coverage from Silverstone on Channel 4. Stream or watch live from Friday, 7th of July.
Kind of you to accept our invitation. Your mission, should you choose to accept it.
How's it going?
Find the best lot of milk.
The Mission Impossible Collection. Stream free or watch live from Monday at 9 on Film 4.
LA, a burger joint and a family in conflict. With strong language, can Gordon intervene? In Ramsay's Kitchen Nightmares, USA.
Looks like Abby's got her entertainment sorted for the night. But Barry looks like he could do with a laugh. Well, he's in for a treat. Late Entertainment on 4, proudly sponsored by William Hill Vegas.
Tonight, in the most intense Kitchen Nightmares USA of the year. Get out right now! Gordon heads to a burger restaurant.
Doing a natural reporting. Yes, he is doing a natural reporting.
And finds a family at war. There are severe father-son issues.
Gabby, calm down.
No! A marriage is being tested.
Stand up for your wife of 35 years.
And a son and a mother who can no longer communicate.
Please, for the love of God, go back to the bar.
As for the food, it's beyond atrocious.
One word for this. Yeah, cat food.
Has completely given up and is out of control.
Now give me my jacket.
And the only thing that's constant here
It's not your choice.
is the constant fighting.
I'm about done with this drama shit here, man.
You won't believe that a burger restaurant can cause so much conflict.
I'm gonna jump over the side of the stage and knock your ass out if you don't stop.
You are! Come here right now! Anger
I want you to get out of the way right now.
and pain.
This is really hard.
Gordon does his best to right the ship.
You got the well on your shoulders, for God's sake.
But there are so many leaks.
Get the out of here.
Burger Kitchen may be impossible to keep afloat.
This is
What
crazy.
is this kid doing, you know? What is that?
Disgusting.
You're done. I'm done.
Shut the place down.
Get out of here.
That is amazing.
I just can't thank you enough.
Street in Los Angeles, a young hip neighborhood known for its trendy shops and restaurants. In 2010, Alan and Jen Saffron opened a restaurant called The Burger Kitchen.
Good evening, welcome to Burger Kitchen. My name's Alan, thank you for coming.
Alan's always had the dream to run a restaurant because he's always enjoyed meat.
You do the cheese in the middle, you seal the beef, and then you do the cheese on the top. That's what the ultimate cheeseburger is. I've really eaten meat all my life. I've eaten in hundreds of different steak restaurants, and then I figured I'd try and get into a hamburger restaurant, but we didn't have the money to open up the best burger in LA, and I took the money from my son Daniel.
I was kind of dragged into this. I got a sizable inheritance from my grandfather. There was money in a trust account, and my dad took $250,000 of my money to put it into this restaurant. Hey guys, how you doing? Because of that, I had to make the place work. But my dad is not running Burger Kitchen well.
All of our burgers are prime Wagyu. That's the best meat you can buy in the country. I've now changed our standard burgers all to Australian Wagyu. It's all frozen. You take it out of the freezer. The meat sucks, so I mean,
I know.
It's like really dry.
Throw that out.
My God. You buy your patties pre-made and they're dried and you know it's not good, but you continually say it is because you don't have any taste buds.
Really not good.
Burger Kitchen is managed by a dysfunctional family. We got 3 chiefs and about 4 Indians today. There's a lot of tension within all the family members, which filters down to us, of course.
I have an order of sweet potato fries, and I have 2 chicken wings. David, you need to listen to me.
I'm belittled every day. And so for me to come to work now is like almost unbearable.
David, I'll handle this, and then you can come back and expedite, okay?
You can't expedite that.
Thank you.
It is such a chaotic work environment with Alan, Jen, Daniel.
Is he doing a natural for 44?
Yes, he's doing a natural for 44.
It is just a train wreck and a half.
I can organize the tickets. I did not. But these are the cards I've been dealt, and I want to make it a success.
Table 11 still does not have their size.
It's coming. It's all coming. I've told the card to make it on the fly. I know. But my father, he does not treat me as an equal partner. He still treats me like a child. It's very infuriating. Please, help me, please. I am absolutely at the end of my rope. I don't have anyone to lean on. I really don't. Chef Ramsay is our last hope.
What an amazing place of a restaurant, smack bang in the middle of Los Angeles. The Burger Kitchen. Wow. Nice.
Hello. Morning. How are you, Alan Saffron? How are you?
Alan, good to see you.
Thank you very much
So
for coming. This is my wife, Jen.
Jen.
Jen, good to see you.
When Chef Ramsay arrived, it just blew my mind.
Let's sit down and have a chat, shall we?
I mean, we've got Chef Ramsay in here to improve us. Otherwise, what the hell is he here for?
Nice to meet you both.
Nice to meet you.
Good to see you. How long have you been open? 16 months ago.
Yeah.
So just opened.
Yes.
Is the business making money?
No, we're losing $5,000 to $6,000 a month every month.
Wow. How can it go so wrong?
I think it was a combination of a lot of things that I think we did wrong. I think we changed the menu too many times.
How many times have you changed the menu?
Probably 10.
10 times?
Yeah.
That's nearly once a month. What about the chef? I mean, normally menu changing when the chef changed. How many
Well,
chefs
we've
have
had
you
about 10.
10 as well?
Yes.
Front of house been as bad?
Yeah, we've been through about 20 servers.
10 menus, 10 chefs, 20 servers. What's going on?
The offers killed us. The offers crashed us terribly. They're also deleting 5-star reviews.
Oh, come on.
I can prove it.
Is there a loss against somebody else? Close this business?
In my mind.
Oh, man, come on. You've been watching too many movies. So, opening restaurants in LA is pretty expensive. Where did the money come from?
Alan had about $250,000 that he inherited from his dad's
Okay,
estate.
nice.
So he put all that money into it, and then we started running out of money. And in order to open, my husband went to my son. And now my son Daniel is in for another, I think, over 250,000 as well, because he inherited some money too.
I was managing his money, so I actually took part of that money.
And as the manager of his funds, you then invested in the business.
Yes.
Did your son Daniel know?
Well, of course he knew eventually.
We say eventually.
I told him after the fact.
What?
I kind of forced him into it by taking his money.
Is Daniel here? He's in the business.
He does the nighttime shift.
Okay. You work in the
daytime.
Daytime. And you don't work together?
Not really that much. Our heads log together.
Right.
My son has a great deal of resentment towards me, and I don't know why.
What about the food?
I think it's pretty damn good now, yes. I'd say it's 4 to 5 stars.
4 to 5 stars. So you're 1 star out. Okay. I'm not waiting to taste it. We've got the background. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Chef Ramsay will love my burgers without a shadow of a doubt.
I'm Marilyn.
Marilyn, nice to see you.
Nice to meet you.
First off, what's wrong with the restaurant?
There's lack of management
Right.
and the burgers. They're never cooked right. They're always sent back.
Wow.
Yeah. I tell people that I'm sorry probably 15 times a night. There's no consistency whatsoever. And that's wearing on me, like, as a person. I go home and I'm like, oh, I feel so guilty for serving bad food.
Okay, let's start off. I'm in California, so let's go for California burger.
California,
please.
sure.
Thank you.
And how would you like it cooked?
Medium rare, please.
Medium rare.
Thank you.
Okay.
No, definitely cowboy burger.
Okay.
Got to see the Australian meat pie.
Yeah.
Obviously, I'll have to go for the award-winning burger.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we're done. Thank you, madam.
Good. Thank you.
Good to see you.
You too.
Dirty plates, guys. Come on.
Okay. This is a lot of food.
At first, I loved working at Burger Kitchen, but all I'm doing now is fighting with the management.
David, I'll handle this.
Jen, I want you to get out of the way right now. It's a runaway restaurant. I have no control.
13 set of burgers for Yes.
Anything you have to say, go through me.
Jen, I'm not going to tell you more than once. Get out of the way.
Chef David does not like me. He doesn't want me in the kitchen.
Oh my God, that woman.
And he tends to gossip and blame me for a lot that's going on.
Out walks the diablo.
We've made some errors here in staffing.
This is like a three-ring circus.
Chef Ramsay, I noticed you ordered the cowboy. That'll take a little longer.
Don't worry.
It's a 1 pound burger.
Lovely. Executive Chef David Blaine.
Yes.
What, the magician?
No, he's not the magician.
Right.
He's just coincidentally the same name. He was the head pastry chef at the Peninsula Hotel.
Now he's the executive chef of the burger restaurant.
Yes.
David Copperfield, dessert chef?
No.
David, he was like Chef David Blaine, like the magician.
Cuba, I can't disappear from here. When I came in here, I wasn't allowed to do any of my recipes. I had to do exactly what Alan told me to do. That's the California. Even if I knew it was wrong, I still had to do it.
This is a California burger.
Wow. Thank you, then. Okay, California burger.
I better let you eat.
Yes, please.
I'll leave you to.
Thank you. Jeez. I asked for mid-rare, it's raw. Bread's just sweet and doughy. Bland, tasteless, raw meat, no flavour. Wow, that's nasty.
How are you doing?
Yeah, that's rough. Does anybody season into the kitchen, cook or season?
I know they throw a little bit of salt in.
With obviously blind because they're missing it. I mean, that is ghastly.
What's wrong with this one? What? Stop. What's wrong with that one?
So seasoning. He doesn't like it.
It's one of the best burgers I've ever tasted in my life. So it's very disappointing. This is the natural.
Natural with white cheddar.
How was it cooked? What did he ask for?
No, that's good, medium rare.
Oh, we're good on it?
Yeah.
And this one is,
Natural with white cheddar.
oh, this is award winning.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Wow, that's raw. Wow, that's the award winning burger. Shocking. Marilyn, silent. I know I asked for it mid rare, but that's the first for me. They serve a burger with a tartar in the middle.
That's just raw.
It is raw.
I can't believe that my burger was that bad. That is just shocking. I don't know what to think anymore.
It's natural. It's raw in the middle.
Oh, come on, guys. What the is that? I was shocked that it was undercooked because I okayed the burger, but we were under a lot of stress.
David, this is really bad.
But instead of looking at their own deficiencies, they want to put it on me.
I'm about done with this Charlie shit here, man. I have to tell you, yeah.
100% I understand.
I'm about to blow up.
Next, the madness continues at Burger Kitchen.
Oh, you are! Come here right now! Get out right now!
It's not your choice. Give me my check.
And later, when the survival of the restaurant is on the line,
This is crazy.
not everyone believes in saving it.
Close the doors. You can't do this.
Very happy. Late Entertainment on 4, proudly sponsored by William Hill Vegas.
Brand new Celebrity Gogglebox on Channel 4. Stream weekly, watch live Friday at 9.
Welcome to Popmaster TV, the music quiz where the first question is, did you know me on the radio? Five contestants test their metal in Pop's toughest test. You're gorgeous. Thank you so much. Let's play Popmaster.
Popmaster TV on More 4. Stream daily or watch live from tomorrow at 8.
Let me start by saying we are huge fans.
You know what's missing?
A little shush. So, meet our brand new vision for streaming on Channel 4.
To the great pottery throwdown!
We have a tear! Relive my top 100 handshakes.
Meet New Hampshire's most hilarious freshmen, the Dairy Girls. Starring Sister Mike.
What's all this generic high school nonsense?
So that one needs a little refining.
But we're not just dumbing down. We're also dumbing up.
Let's for free.
Nothing for the people svenska.
Coming up!
Planet Earth isn't a big flat line.
Coming up!
Who the hell are you?
I'm Christian Goodwood.
Get out of my chair.
Coming up!
Your task is to amuse me.
Face Myra.
So, gonna start again, sorry.
Miss the rubber ducks.
Well, pretty awesome, huh?
That was rubbish.
Yes.
Sick of everything feeling the same? Stream altogether different shows on Channel 4.
Late Entertainment on 4, proudly sponsored by William Hill Vegas.
Gordon had a horrendous start to his lunch. And after sending another raw burger back to the kitchen,
David, this is really bad. I'm about done with this Charlie shit here, man.
Wow.
I'm out of here. No, man, yeah.
Chef David Blaine wants to disappear.
I'm about to blow up. People are crazy. I left out of frustration. But when I came on, I made a deal with my staff to stay. And I keep my word, and that's what I'm doing.
Let's do this.
Oh, okay, we got the big cowboy burger, medium rare.
Yeah, we don't have any of those extra big ones.
I don't know, who is that? Who is that?
Oh, this is gonna be interesting.
We got the cowboy done.
I'm terrified to bring out this burger. I don't even think you could swallow it. You tried. Here is the cowboy burger.
Cowboy with a very small hat on top. Look at the bun. Where'd you start? Honestly, look at that. Come on, seriously. $39. You'd expect a decent bun.
And it's so bland. Greasy, cooked to hell. Damn. Actually, that is dreadful. Dreadful.
Sorry.
It's not your fault. Well,
I was shocked, disappointed, embarrassed, hurt. Meat pie's up, guys. But one thing I have that's a little different is an Australian meat pie. The Australian meat pie is the #1 staple in Australia. I have brought them to America, and Chef Ramsay will absolutely love it.
that's Ramsay, by the way.
She's not going to like it.
What?
She's not going to like it.
So this is the
Australian meat.
Whoa! You go down under. What's that thing? What a mess. I mean, that is disgusting. That Australian pie can back to Australia with pleasure. Raw, doughy pastry on top and soggy, gooey stuff on the bottom. One word for this. Yeah, cat food. Disgusting.
Didn't like nothing at all, nothing. It's everything.
I believe Chef David can handle the menu. He's not an executive chef, as he claims.
We did do good.
He's a pastry chef.
Wow. Well, that was a eye-opener. Let's meet the team.
This is Chef David.
This is the executive chef, David.
How are you?
David Blaine, right? The magician. Wow. Show me what your magic today. This is
Jalapeno.
jalapeno. Okay, great. David, that was hideous. Everything I've tasted has been nasty, awful, bland. And you watched all that coming out, or did you cook any of it?
I helped cook everything.
And you can't work your magic on a burger? Seriously? You get paid as an executive chef? Wow. What's funny now? Is this an ego massage for you?
I follow the recipes as I am told by the owners, and if I try to change the recipes, I am tossed out of here.
What?
Come on,
Man up.
Been drinking again.
Drinking again?
My husband doesn't drink.
I don't know. I can't get the truth out of anybody here.
Explain this to me, Jen.
He does have a lot of control in the kitchen.
That's not true, Chef.
What about the mushrooms? And you changed the whole recipe and you added wine.
You want salt on the mushrooms. Let's tell the truth.
Did you add wine to the mushroom recipe?
That's how you make sauteed mushrooms the way
I
you
just
like.
asked a question. Did you add wine?
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't tell anyone that you added wine to the mushrooms.
Honey, you're missing the point. You're focusing on a mushroom.
Mushrooms are important to me. I'm from Poland.
I think of all the problem is instead of putting sugar in that coffee, put a little Prozac in it.
I just want the truth.
This is the truth. I would be better off as a brain surgeon than you run this restaurant. Jen, let's get down to where it's supposed to be. The way you treat us, the way you manipulate, and the way I had to buy groceries this morning. Where's my money for my groceries that you owe me?
Now, first of all, my son
You haven't paid me.
my son was wired this morning, and you gave
I'd say he was wired.
Excuse me, we don't do that, David.
I come in here and I work, I open the place, I do what I'm supposed to, and I don't get paid. Where's my paycheck?
That's not.
Why hasn't he paid?
I have checks written out to your wife.
Right.
He has been working on the spirit of getting paid. The spirit. And I will pay him.
This sounds crazy. Where's Jenko?
She's running to get checks all of a sudden. Honey, you're missing the point. Don't concentrate on the check. I said I'm going to pay him. That's all that's important.
I feel I'm a little bit sort of in a land of loopy loops. You see how much bullshit's flying around here? Your chef says that he's forced to follow your recipes. Let's see what he can come up with. Do me a favour.
Yes, chef.
Get out there now. Go and get some beef pate and cook me a burger. A burger.
Yes, chef.
Both of you get out there.
Bye, guys.
This is my career. This is what I love to do. I'm smart enough to know that he's gonna like my burger.
That Jen's a liar, dude. She can't tell the truth. It's crazy. The whole place should be on LSD, man.
Okay, I need to taste what this guy can cook. Yes?
Jen and David do not get along that well. He's very opinionated, and that's difficult for my wife. Jen,
You heard how he attacked me.
I know that.
Stand up for your wife. A third years.
I am standing up for you, but I'm realizing how difficult our situation is.
While Chef David shops for ingredients for his burger, Gordon decides to visit Daniel to get his perspective on the issues at Burger Kitchen.
Daniel,
Hi.
how are you?
Good.
Good to see you.
Hanging in there.
Hanging in there.
Yeah.
It's a nice little cozy place.
Yeah.
How long have you been in here?
5 years.
5 years.
Yeah. 5 years. I've lived with Wendy for 3. She is my girlfriend.
Okay, Wendy. Likewise, good to see you too. What does Wendy do?
I go in when he's there.
Only at night. When they're not there, she comes in.
Well, sit down. Let's have a chat.
There was a falling out between Wendy and my family. My dad doesn't respect her, and I don't know why.
Take me back to the beginning. When you invested in this restaurant, unknown to you, yeah? How frustrating was that? I mean,
Very.
your dad was handing you money?
It was in a trust account
Right.
that he had access to.
How do we get in this situation?
My dad, in all his wisdom, the way he can just manipulate, said, why don't we open a restaurant? And I said, well, that's a little ridiculous. We know nothing about it. Let's not do that.
How much did it say?
$250,000.
Wow.
I was infuriated. Why did you do this? Without even my approval. And he's like, I thought you'd like it. Are you kidding me?
It's ridiculous. It's your money.
Yeah, I know.
What's the relationship with your father like now? How do you get on?
It's not good.
No. I mean, I can feel that. When was the last time you actually made a decision together? Never?
My dad still treats me like a child. It almost makes me want to cry. He changes the menu way too often, and he doesn't tell anyone.
10 menus?
More. Over 20. Over 20 different menu changes.
Wow.
I can't get even on the books. I'm not even on the records. I've asked him numerous times. I've asked the accountant. This is like 3 months ago. And this is the only proof I have, which is a joke. This was to placate me. When the restaurant first opened, that's a joke. That's not true. This is printed out on a computer. This is nothing. This is nothing. This is not. This is toilet paper.
I thought it was going to be bad, but I didn't think it was going to be quite that bad.
I don't trust him anymore. It's taken a while for me to kind of like come to that realization, but sorry.
It's hard. It's hard to watch this happen. It's hard to watch somebody get beaten down so much that the fight is no longer there.
Okay, well, let's get in deeper inside. Run it as normal tonight.
Yeah.
Just pretend I'm not there, but I'll be in and out.
Yeah.
Watching everything.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay.
Good to meet you both.
Thank you. Just say thank you again. Thank you.
See you later.
Oh.
Bye. Thank you very much.
Back at the restaurant, David is preparing Gordon's burger.
Let's call this one the Redemption Burger.
And for the first time since he started working at the restaurant, he's using his own recipe.
But this time, I want it seasoned our way. This is very important to me that when I make this burger, it's a good burger. But at least it's going to be my burger, and it's not going to be Janet Allen's burger. Let's start getting this thing ready. You making a burger too? Yeah. With the Wagyu. A what? With the Wagyu. I'm smart enough to listen to what Chef Ramsay wanted. He wants a nice, juicy burger. He wants something with flavor, not frozen meat. Medium rare, brother. Okay, get it all. We're ready. Let's give Ramsay a hamburger, man. Here we go.
No, it's easy lunch, don't worry.
No, I just made a burger. My ingredients.
Your own ingredients?
Yes.
Wow. So it's not on the menu?
No. You want to try it? Some people have called me a meat sculptor or a meat creator. There are a lot of different celebrities that have eaten my food and said it was fantastic. Yes.
What's in there?
They also.
Yeah.
Try it.
I can see the blood, but what's in there?
It's the Wagyu mix, but what I've done is I've added certain spices and I made a cheeseburger. I don't like a bun. Alan, you're not a meat expert. You don't know a thing about meat. The only thing you know how to do is sit on the computer there and change menus. That's what you do.
And you made this?
Yes. That's amazing.
That is hideous. At least it's seasoned. This is a burger I'm dying for. David, please. Presentation. It looks great.
Thank you, Chef. Explain, please. I used a smoked air with grilled tomato, spring mix,
with a mustard aioli and a jumbo pickle homemade.
What I had earlier, this looks night and day. Wow, okay. Look at that. Look at that. I mean, that's what I call a burger. Jesus. And how does it taste? It's delicious.
Thank you, Chef.
The temperature's perfect, and the roll is crispy.
Yes, Chef.
Would you like to have a little taste?
I'd love to. What is that strong taste that I'm tasting?
Grilled cheese, and it's smoked, right? Yeah, I love it.
Does that go through the meat? I taste something stronger in there, like a dry aged or something beef. But I do like my meat red. I am a medium rare girl.
The problem is that's not medium rare as it should be.
It may be medium, but I'll tell you what, it's bloody juicy. That is delicious.
Thank you, Chef.
Yeah, I'd give that 9 out of 10. Love that title there, by the way, the Redemption Burger. And you certainly did that.
Stuck on this burger, Jen. And you too, Alan.
Why aren't we serving burgers like that?
Because I thought the Wagyu meat was better.
You got your priorities wrong. Because the word Wagyu sounds glamorous and expensive. It doesn't really say it's going to deliver you the most tastiest burger. My question to you is that if you know that your burgers are better than what you're cooking currently, what the are you doing?
I'm forced into making what they want me to make. And if I try to do a change, I'm persecuted for making a change.
He wants to blame me for everything in the kitchen, and I'm not that powerful, Chef Ramsay. I'm a 64-year-old woman. I can't control all this, what he's saying. How am I that powerful? Do you see a chef hat on me? Do you see me swirling the pans and making the patties, or chopping the mushrooms, or putting the salt on?
I mean, what really frustrates me is the fact that I get served that mediocre crap, and that thing is seasoned beautifully, cheese, gives it that little bit of saltiness. Absolutely delicious.
Thank you, Chef.
Jen?
Whatever.
Jen? Where's she going?
This is ridiculous.
Late entertainment on 4, proudly sponsored by William Hill.
Joe and Laura are battling it out to find Britain's best beach huts. They're like soldiers stood to attention.
People pay minutes here. Well, not for some.
In sauna.
This is what you call a beach hut.
Britain's best beach huts on Channel 4, stream weekly. Watch live Thursday at 8. The farmer's Christian is as good as dead.
He's a smart kid.
Heard of for an eye for an eye. Brand new series, there'll be no regret. Before We Die on Channel 4. Stream all episodes now. Watch live tomorrow at 9.
It was just a crazy 2 weeks. I don't think I ever expected to be in that situation.
Taliban forces are marching ever closer to the capital, Kabul.
We needed to evacuate a very large number of people. Got a phone call to pack your bags and fly at midnight.
I basically took a sixth form field trip to Kabul.
There were thousands and thousands of people flooding onto the airfield. I've never seen desperation like that. Panic. They're expecting that we are taking all of them. Just thinking, that's what happened to my family.
Intel had spotted a potential suicide bomber.
I didn't know what else I could do to help.
Told across 3 consecutive nights.
And we weren't going to stop.
The dramatic story of the British escape from Kabul. Evacuation on Channel 4. Stream or watch live from Sunday at 9. New drama on Channel 4.
Sailor, how do you protect you?
Irritability or rage.
Nothing unjustified.
He's such a
Channel 4. It's just one drama after another.
Late entertainment on 4, proudly sponsored by William Hill Vegas.
David has proven to Gordon that he can cook a great burger.
That thing is seasoned beautifully, absolutely delicious.
When he is not confined by Jen and Alan's recipes. But the chef's success doesn't appear to be appreciated by one of the owners.
Jen, come on. Where's Jen?
Thank you. Jen got a broth tasting.
because Jen wanted me to be the reason that their pitiful restaurant hasn't made it.
Jen, what's the matter? What's wrong?
I'm 64 years old. I've been through many, many different situations. My situation is to get this restaurant productive. It's not about some bully or some fool.
Is that why you just walked out?
Because my heart hurt. What do I do? Is that a false thing? If I have to sit there and smile and say that everything's fine, I can't do that.
No, but you just have to tell me what's going on. That's all.
I'm facing a bully who has been abusive to me.
We need to address this, but just for you to get up and walk out, it just looks a little bit weird. I need you, and I think more importantly, I think Alan does. Yeah? Okay, please.
Okay. I feel a good energy from Chef Ramsay. If I was here to be in a positive place, I felt very comfortable in coming back.
Okay, Jen's back.
Found her.
Yeah, she got a little bit upset and she was.
I understand. I know that Chef can deliver this kind of burger.
And you say this.
And should have delivered it before.
Why did Jen just walk out the back door?
That was a different issue. That's
What
not
was
nothing
the
to
issue?
Because you're a
failed.
No,
It's
because
got
you're a
nothing
bully.
to do
You say nasty things to me.
Let me explain something.
And I don't care what you say.
Jen's got take it easy.
8 to 12 chefs walk out. Since the day I walked in here, you want me to fail? And make that woman's shot. You get in the water with them, you might be successful at all. The reason you walked out the back door is because you were Chef Ramsay's hiring.
Jen.
That's why she
That is
walked
not
out.
the truth.
Right, stop there 2 seconds. I want to see the place in operation. You running your job, watching you do your job, and you running the kitchen. Okay? Once you finish service, we'll talk after that. Okay? Delicious. Let's go.
As the staff prepare for dinner service, Alan has something he wants to share with Gordon.
I'd like to give you my book.
You got your own cookbook?
I read a book.
You wrote a book?
Yeah, I read a book. Gentle Satan. It was about my father. That's what my mother called him.
Is that you on the cover there?
That's my father.
That's your father. That's me. And did you have a bad relationship with him?
Oh, yeah, because 34 years ago, he wanted me to stay in Australia and be in his business. And I said, Dad, I don't want to be in their business. Plus, I've met a wonderful girl in New York. I want to live there. He said, if you leave Australia, it'll be the end of us forever.
You don't want to be controlled, right?
I didn't want to be controlled.
You love him.
It's hard to say. It's a love-hate relationship. How can you love someone who stabbed you so much in the back? And to think that a father would do that to his own son is beyond shocking.
It sounds like a compelling read. I'll have a read of that tonight. Thank you. Bedtime reading.
See you later.
I'll see you later.
Welcome to Burger Kitchen. My name is Alan. I'm the editor. Thank you for coming.
From the moment Gordon arrived, he's been confronted by a range of problems. And now it's time for dinner service.
1, 2, 3.
Let's go.
1, 2, 3. Let's go. Okay. All right. Okay. Good.
And for the first time in a long time, Daniel will be working alongside his father and mother.
All right, what can I get you?
Can I get a Texas chili burger, please?
Sure. How do you want to cook?
Medium, please.
Okay. Texas chili. Bar. Give it that. Okay.
All right. 2 Texas chili, 1 Texas chili.
That's it. Just one.
Alejandro, Texas chili burger medium.
Hey,
What are you actually doing? What are you doing tonight?
I've been hosting, expediting, serving a lot.
So is your father taking orders as well?
No, he's just hosting.
Okay.
I don't want to do. I've been wanting to just stay by the register.
Yeah.
And just run bills.
He doesn't like listening, does he?
No one likes listening.
That beer is rated in the top 10 in California by the leading beer editor. Excellent beer.
I didn't want my dad to be host again. He has a breath problem. He does have bad breath. He walks around with bad breath, and I know for a fact. I've seen it. Some of the customers when he starts talking, they lean back.
Every beer that's
Sorry, come on. Don't linger on the table.
I'm not.
Okay, but come on. Doesn't listen. Doesn't listen.
Hey, Danny, you mind if I see you in my office?
I'm not talking to you.
Here, just for a second. All I did was greet people.
That's fine.
I didn't do anything else.
Okay, so listen.
And I'm happy to take that role. I don't need any other role.
Fine, then greet them and don't linger on the tables.
I won't mean to. You're mistaken about my. You're mistaken.
Alan and Daniel never work together. No.
Maybe you should get in there and yell.
The relationship is that fragmented.
No, it's just how it is. Daniel's dad doesn't listen. No matter how hard you fight, he doesn't understand the word no. He just doesn't. He doesn't listen to Danny.
All right, so where we at?
We're okay. I can't do these tickets like this. There's not enough room for them.
All right, so I'll help you.
I'm waiting for a breakfast. That's for turkey meat. Is that breakfast turkey? Yes.
No, that's a Godfather.
Okay, hold on. No, just no. Sorry. I don't need you second guessing me. I'm not going to.
Despite all the confusion in the kitchen, burgers are being sent out quickly.
A breakfast burger here?
But that doesn't mean the customers are satisfied with their meal. And as dinner service continues, so does the pattern of unhappy customers.
Medium well. Okay, all right, this is not medium well. I'm sorry about that. Oh, shit. Medium well. That's not a medium well. Guys, this isn't a medium well.
And frequent returns to the kitchen.
52. This was not supposed to be a junior cheeseburger.
I'm not going to say that the food isn't the problem, but the entire ticket system is messed up. It's total chaos.
Let me show you something.
What does it say?
It says junior burger.
Okay, that's a junior cheeseburger with fries. Let's go with it. What's really screwed up is the ticket system. It's
Throw me
like,
under the bus right now.
I'm talking about your ticket system.
You have the carbons here. The order comes out. You give the carbon to the waiter. They take it to the table. That's it. Final. Done. Simple. You know? I don't know what. Then let me run it. I can run it then.
You want to run
Yes,
it?
you can go behind there and I'll run it.
See what you
All right. Okay. Fine.
David doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. He looks like a deer in headlights. A trained monkey could take tickets and get them out on time. That's nothing.
I've never seen a family so worried of being thrown under a bus. No one's being thrown under a bus here, man.
Thank you very much. You're welcome. I will
What in the fuck is all this for?
Ridiculous.
It's like a game of solitaire. Is this what it's like always?
This is, yes. I think this place helps so bad with the ticketing process. It's hard for the kitchen to really take time and focus on every burger and make it the best.
Table 2. Do they have their fries? Table 2? There is no table 2. Table fucking 2.
Jesus, guys, I'm gonna.
This is 42.
That's 42. There's 2 guests. Why do you think? It says table right there.
Two. Listen, you're fuck. Does that say table 2?
It says 42. It's gonna get 2 people to table 2's not gonna have 42 fucking guests. Come on, bitch.
I'm gonna jump over the side and say you knock your ass out if you don't stop.
You are. Come here right now, man. Come here right now.
You know what?
Get out of here. You want to fucking fight me? You want to threaten me? You want to threaten me? Get the fuck out right now.
Get out of here.
Get out right now.
You're not gonna
Right
scream
now.
at me.
Get the fuck out right now. Out. Done.
Get out.
Done. You're done.
I'm done.
Done. Done. Goodbye. 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 All right? Done. You fucking threaten me. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. You're done. Goodbye.
I probably am in the wrong, but I'm not going to have some crazy kid yell at me.
Don't do that right now. What the fuck? Dude, it was a miscommunication on the mic. I don't care. Just chill. Let's chill.
Let Danny handle it.
I've taken so much shit from so many people, from so many, that I just cracked. I cracked.
What's wrong? Oh, he's in there screaming like a maniac. I told him to scream at me, quit acting like a kid. I jump over there and thump his ass. I don't need to act like that in there. They've got too much confusion going on. You've got Danny, you've got his girlfriend, you've got the mother, and you've got the father.
Yeah.
And none of them go to the top floor. The elevator don't go there, brother. I'm sorry, Chef.
Did he ask you to leave? Or
Yes, he did. He told me I'm fired. This is the most fucked up place I've ever worked at. The entire family is insane. They're all crazy. I don't know what to say.
David, what happened?
He threatened me. They beat me up. So I fired him.
Is it always this crazy? Always?
All right, 14. We need less cooked fries, and this is too rare.
Look at this.
Oh, come on.
What is this? What was this?
That was supposed to be, I'll double check the ticket, but I think it's a Somersetshire. It's supposed to be medium rare.
Come on, guys. I'd rather keep them waiting 5 minutes than something cooked beautifully.
While chaos reigns in the kitchen, not surprisingly, the dining room is a disaster as well.
Oh my goodness. There's no customers. Marion.
They left.
Jesus. Got up and went?
They said they don't want to order anything else. All they had was a root beer float, so I gave it to them on the house. I don't know what else to do.
Bloody hell. When a customer gets up, second time round and walks out and leaves their food, and now it's terrible. Burger Kitchen, Burger Massacre.
With dinner service completely falling apart, Chef David Blaine returns. But he hasn't come back to cook.
Hey, Jen, you fired me. I need $1,000 paycheck right now. California law states that you pay me before you fire me. It's right, my check.
All right.
I don't want this one to bounce, please.
All right, then we'll
I don't like paying handball today with my checks.
David is over here, and he wants his $1,000 check because Danny's fired him.
What did Danny fire me?
He was right to fire him. He's saying he wants a $1,000 check. The other ones are bounced. So we have $1,000 to pay him. You can't talk to him right now.
Okay. David, as you know, I don't have $1,000 right today, but I can pay you tomorrow.
I demand my check because I won't come back here. Who knows tomorrow if you're going to even be here?
I'm obviously going to be here. That's obvious, and you know that.
You know what?
And I don't
You're
know
married
what.
to her, and hopefully you won't be here, man. I'm telling you that. Give me my check and I'll cash it tomorrow. Post it for tomorrow.
Fine.
Want me to do it, honey?
I'll just write a check for $1,000.
Jim, take $20 out and go buy you a prescription of Prozac.
It's not necessary. Just like
Prozac go a long way.
No, I need to say this, please.
What do you need to say? What do you need to say?
Did Danny give you back the money for the produce you both just
Yes, he did.
Why did he give you back?
He gave me back $100.
I also gave you $15 in change.
Well, then take $15 out minus 20 for your Prozac. We'll be even.
We don't need to say that. First of all, Ken had nothing to do with what happened. Danny did
This
something.
isn't between me and Danny at this point. It's not between me and you. It's between me and you and the your use and need a Prozac. Now give me my check.
Late Entertainment on 4, proudly sponsored by William Hill Vegas.
In a Channel 4 special, Jon Snow looks back
The excitement still in many of the buildings.
on a remarkable career.
He was fearless. I think we all owe it to humanity that we do get involved. And he's the guy who puts the show.
Jon Snow, a witness to history on Channel 4. Stream now. Watch live from Sunday at 10.
Bake Off the Professionals is back.
Who's got this?
And TV's judges have raised the bar. You will face a secret challenge unlike any you've faced before. To an even greater
we've got to off.
with challenges set by the industry's best to hit pastry chef at Harrods, Philip Goodall. Prepare for the biggest sugar rush on TV. Totally. Do I like it? Yes.
I hope the banana doesn't fall down.
Bake Off the Professionals on Channel 4. Stream weekly or watch live from next Tuesday at 8.
Welcome to Popmaster TV, the quiz where the first question is, should you not be on the radio? 5 contestants test their metal in Pop's toughest test. You're gorgeous. Thank you so much. Let's play Popmaster.
Popmaster TV on More 4. Stream daily or watch live from tomorrow at 8.
Like Silverstone.
It's the greatest sporting event of the British summer.
Hamilton wins the British Grand Prix.
And we've got live coverage of every session across the whole weekend. Who will join the greats? Formula One coverage from Silverstone on Channel 4. Stream or watch live from Friday, 7th of July.
Late Entertainment on 4, proudly sponsored by William Hill Vegas.
While Gordon has observed many difficult situations over the years,
Give me my check.
tonight's dinner service might just be the craziest he has ever seen.
Give me my check right now. Post it for tomorrow. I'm not playing. I want it.
David, I will write your check.
Please
Please
Okay,
stop
let's get my
saying,
check.
please stop saying I'm
Give me
not
my check.
I'm not on anything. He's the one that needs this so-called Prozac. I don't even know what it does.
What do we owe you? What do we owe you? What do we owe? $1,000. $1,000? Let's pay it up. What is the problem? Danny Ken had nothing to do with the house. Come on. Danny, Danny, it doesn't matter. Danny, the problem in this restaurant, my God, is that lady, Alan.
How can you blame her for something that Danny did?
I'm not blaming her. I'm just telling her she needs Prozac. I'm telling her the truth.
To say that she needs Prozac or anything like that, that's below the belt, and it's disgusting, and I've lost all respect for it.
I'm not on
Who
Prozac.
cares if you're on a fucking Prozac? Don't worry about that. Let's say, look, Jesus Christ. Write the check for $1,000.
Are you going to put the money in tomorrow, Frank?
Oh, fuck it, he put the money in.
No, I don't think so. Wendy, please don't get involved right now.
These people will never respect him. I'm just over it and now I'm taking my they're just fucked up people.
I'm sorry, I never have, man. You know, I'm on
You can't say that. You don't have the money in here. Sorry.
Jesus Christ. What?
No, I have to be legitimate. Danny's not giving you any more money. They're giving you too much. I'm sorry. That's pissing me off.
It's not your choice.
Alan, please don't yell at a girl.
I love it.
Alan, please don't yell at a
I
girl.
love it.
Please go out. You're too
It's not your
sick.
choice.
Please go out.
It's not Danny's choice either.
All right.
Why did you not?
I mean, this is not legitimate time for
Not
either.
tonight. And she's a young lady. Please don't yell at her. All right. Thank you, David. And David, for the record, I'm not on Prozac here.
Oh, for the record,
You should be.
fucking meth heads. What a joke, honestly. No, Marilyn, what's wrong with this one?
It's too well done. They ordered medium rare.
There's white in the middle.
On a night when 21 dishes are returned
Are you getting out of the mountain?
and yet another chef is fired,
Are you okay?
No.
Daniel is devastated.
It's really hard.
That was horrendous.
Yeah.
You alright?
You got threatened to be beaten up, and all I want to do is fucking. I just want to serve a good burger, you know?
I mean, you're 29 years of age, you've got the well on your shoulders, for God's sake. This is crazy.
Just can't do it, you know? It all hit me like a floodgate. I just started crying. I couldn't take it.
Come here, go outside, come on. Take over you. Wake up and take over, let's go. Come here.
We're going under. Maybe I should just close the doors. I can't do this. Not this, you know?
Bloody hell.
God, that's just insane. Oh, man.
Oh, what?
Next time in this special edition of Kitchen Nightmares USA,
What the fuck is that, man?
will Gordon be able to convince Daniel to stay in the business? And will the family be
There's something wrong with Facebook, I swear. I can see myself on YouTube, but I can't see myself on Facebook.
when shocking new issues are revealed?
You're fucking killing me.
It's intense, it's outrageous, and it's the biggest challenge Gordon has faced all year.
That's what we call star-studded entertainment. Late entertainment on 4, proudly sponsored by William Hill Vegas.
I see trees of green. It was just a crazy 2 weeks. I don't think I ever expected to be in that situation.
Taliban forces are marching ever closer to the capital, Kabul.
We needed to evacuate a very large number of people.
I basically took a sick form field trip to Kabul.
Thousands and thousands of people flooded onto the airfield. I've never seen desperation like that. They're expecting that we are taking all of them. I didn't know what else I could do to help.
Told across 3 consecutive nights.
But we weren't going to stop.
The dramatic story of the British escape from Kabul. Evacuation on Channel 4. Stream or watch live from Sunday at 9.
This is Channel 4. We're happy to say that we're signing more programs than ever before, which means whether it's dramas, documentaries, or comedy, it's easier than ever to watch, however you want us.
Strong language and adult humour now on Channel 4. Bridget Christie is a woman going through the change.
Coors, serving up fresh comedy on 4.
If he does that again, I'm going in. That's disgusting. It's like a dog.
Come on, Charlie, you loved it when you met me. Oh, it's hot today, that kids. Hot, hot, hot.
Oh my god, do you have to swallow so loudly? I'm sorry, Maria, I can't stand it. I'm going in. We'll come back out for cake, just bring us, we'll have our headphones on.
Hey, Siobhan, come here a minute. What, can't walk now you're 50? You dribbly wheeze next. Do I swallow loudly? Listen.
You taking your medication?
I'm not on medication.
Exactly.
Oh, guess what happened at work today?
An alien turned up and said they've all heard about your fascinating work
So,
stories.
I was on the tills and this bloke dropped a bag of peas and the bag split and the peas went everywhere.
Leave it, miss.
So
Let it go. Have
this won't take long. So I said, that's okay, mate. You leave it, I'll sort that out. Doesn't look up from his phone, doesn't acknowledge my existence in any way at all. But then, he looks at this attractive woman behind him. He goes like this. He goes, oh, Siobhan. He goes, oh. And then she rolls her eyes as well. She was a right bitch. I mean, I know you shouldn't say women bitches, but some of them just are, aren't they? Anyway, so then I'm down on my hands and knees with a dustpan and brush. And he goes, are you going to be much longer, love? I've got better things to do than watch you sweep up peas. So I look up and he's down scratching his balls. Like that. Sorry, Annie, a man in the shop. Anyway, I nearly faint because you know what I'm like with men's genitals.
Why don't you have a nice drink and a little break from the
Anyway, then I get back to my chair and there's only blood on me. I put my plate on it. So he sees it and he recoils in horror. I think, oh, I'm not having that after I've swept your peas. So I looked at him and I said, oh, you can see me now, can you? And then I looked at her and I goes, yeah. I've seen enough and all. Oh, snippy when the sun goes in, isn't it? Get a creak in my neck.
Crick.
Eh?
Crick. You said creak.
Yes, I'm going to get a creak in my neck from the wind.
It's crick.
Are you okay?
Yeah, you okay?
I am, yes.
It was so great of Steve to organise all of this for you. You're lucky to have it.
Well, I invited everyone. Got all the shopping cooked in. Baked my own cake. Chose my own present, wrapped it up. Now I'm clearing up, but yeah. I have had a really nice time.
Nick, any more sausages?
Yeah.
Do another one.
Yeah.
Go on. Go on. All right, let's have a bit of hush, please. I'd like to say a few words now about my dear lady wife.
Oh, no, please.
Linda, it's your 50th.
The birthday queen, Linda Jane Jenkins. You are well fit for your age. And so, 3 cheers for Linda. Hip, hip. Hey! Steve-O. Oh, come on. Get it, go on. Come on, babe. No, leave that. I'll do it in the morning. Mum wants to cut the cake now.
Oh, does she? Oh, we'll cut it now then, shall we?
Is everything okay?
Couldn't you think of anything else to say about me?
Please, what?
It's
Here we go. Ho, 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 ho! Merry Christmas, everybody! This is my backstop. My backstop. Leave my backstop! Leave, you friend! Get them, you friend! Hurry up, Linda, we're losing it!
Because she fall off the chair.
Oh, God. I'm always forgetting to take it off. How are you, Linda?
Oh, yeah, okay. There's just a couple of niggly little things that I wanted to
Well, I can only address one issue per appointment.
I think I might have early onset dementia and osteoporosis, ringing in my ears when I'm stressed, anxiety, depression, cardiovascular disease, and a strange mental disorder involving loss of nouns.
Well, that's quite a list. And you're 50 now. How are your moods?
Fine. How are yours?
Any irritability or rage?
Well, nothing unjustified.
Oh, this all sounds like the menopause to me, Linda.
The menopause. So it was the one issue then?
You just need to get on top of your symptoms and you'll be tip-top. I'll print out a fact sheet for you. Some women find the shift in hormones liberating. My wife's taken up extreme climbing. She hangs off cliffs at weekends now.
Oh, I used to love climbing.
She's currently in Yorkshire Dale. Vaginal dryness?
Sorry?
Any vaginal dryness?
No.
Loss of libido?
Still in the honeymoon period?
Well, let me know when you're not, and I can prescribe testosterone.
No, it's fine, really.
It improves sex drive, but it also...
Come on, can you drop the sex talk, please, doctor? I get it. You can prescribe me something to keep me wanting sex. I mean, didn't actually ask for that, but good to know. Thank you. Goodbye.
And how is Steve?
Not in my 10 minutes, doctor. Thanks, then. Bye. He's fine, thank you.
Hang on. You're leaving me because I didn't match up the Tupperware?
Not just because of that, no. And I'm not leaving you. I'm just going away on my own for a bit. Well, then why? Just come to me. Yeah, I'm hearing you. These are twice spaced. I'm sorry, they're really crunchy. I'll tell you again why I'm leaving, but if you interrupt or zone out, I am going to leave you a note instead. I'm not going to interrupt. I'm not going to zone out. I swear. I don't know for how long, Mum. She didn't say. She won't pick up. She said I'll just ask her where things are. She's been sailing up. She says there isn't anyone else. She's gone to look for some time capsule in a tree. She says she wants to be more than just someone's wife or mother for a while. I'm not being a gullible dick, Mum. Yeah, well, apparently she's been adding up all the so-called invisible work she's done over the past 25 years. And writing it all down in a ledger. Every chore, every second, every minute. Yeah. And she's taking some of that time back now.
When I first came to town, they called me the Robin Jewel.
What do you mean you wish you'd done that?
Now they've changed their tune.
And this bit's weird. She said an incredible Hulk plaster gave her a sign. And the Hulk is the only menopausal role model in the history of TV and film. It's not funny, Mum. I can't find the towels.
Through the woods I'm going, through the boggy.
I blame Dr. Spence. Putting ideas into her head. Well, Dave said lots of menopausal women become selfish when their estrogen runs out. Yeah, she's taking the old beast. No, not Siobhan, Mum. Her triumph. No, she doesn't care what people think. She said I can tell them whatever I want. Lynn's got cancer.
Coors, serving up fresh comedy on 4.
In a Channel 4 special, Jon Snow looks back
Snipers still in many of the buildings.
on a remarkable career.
He was fearless. I think we all owe it to humanity that we do get involved. And that is the guiding principle of good journalism.
Jon Snow, a witness to history on Channel 4. Stream now. Watch live on Sunday at 10.
Welcome to Popmaster TV, the music quiz where the first question is, should you not be on the radio? The 5 contestants test their metal in pop's toughest test. You're gorgeous. Thank you so much. Let's play Popmaster.
Popmaster TV on More 4. Stream daily or watch live from tomorrow at 8.
You have to get out now. They found us.
Christian is as good as dead.
He's a smart kid.
You've heard of an eye for an eye.
Brand new series, There'll Be No Regret. Before We Die on Channel 4. Stream all episodes now. Watch live tomorrow at 9.
Coors, serving up fresh comedy on 4.
Miss Biker, old bird.
Sorry?
Mr. Biker, old bird.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't know what
He
you're
is
saying.
asking you if you are a biker.
Oh, am I a Yes. Yes, I am. Okay, nice to meet you. Bye.
Small, medium, or large? Small, medium, or large?
Oh, sorry, I was miles away there. I've come from the caravan, actually. Not at the hills. I'm sure they're delicious. It's just I'm a vegetarian, that's all. And I'm not hungry at all.
Vegetarian Tony here's come for Fader's caravan outlet. Oh, aye. How long for?
Oh, 44,000 minutes, maybe? Oh, sorry, I've force of habit. Maybe a month.
Just passing through here then. Listen here, vegetarian town mouse. See that tree over there? It's been here hundreds of years, just like our forefathers.
And foremothers. Sorry, which one?
I am that tree. And Carmel here is that one over yonder. You see this earth? We were born on it. By those bins over there. And one day shall be returned to it.
We're a community here, town mouse. These here people, these here trees.
These here eels, we're as one, humanity and nature. Not separate like in towns. We're proud of these here lands.
So when someone only wants it for a few weeks, that didn't sit right with us, do it, Ads?
No, it did not.
I don't really know what I've done wrong here. I can't stay longer. I'm literally just here to find a tree, and then I'll be moving on.
You can stay in the caravan, but we got one rule. No pets, no music, no children, no shitting in bushes. You look like the type. Oh, and no loud sex.
That's fine for us, I think.
What, the fucking caravan or not now?
Yes, please.
Got no pets?
No.
No friends?
No.
No children?
No.
Cash up front, 400 for the month.
That's fine.
And it'll need a clear out. No one's been inside since Dad died in it.
He's not still in it, though. It's a bit hard to breathe here, isn't it? Oh, bit dusty. It's really setting on my throat.
You might want to give it a bit of a wipe then.
Eh? You want me to clean it? Oh, I haven't come all the way out here just to clean up another man's mess. And a dead one at that. I'm sorry. But I just didn't expect to be cleaning as soon as I got here. No. That's a deal breaker, I'm afraid. I'm not doing it.
Steve said you've left because you've done some ironing.
Bollocks. Who is he?
Call me back.
Nice to see a bit of fresh meat. May I?
No, I absolutely don't want you to sit down and join me.
Woman with a bit of spunk, what can read? Just my type.
Got a type?
You shouldn't be sitting there on your own, pretty lady like you.
Why not?
That's not right.
Why isn't it right?
Hey.
Why isn't it right for an adult woman to sit by herself reading and drinking?
I don't know. I've never really thought about it before. In case someone tries to rape you, I suppose.
What, in here?
Oh, never a right time or place, is there? It ain't that anyway, couldn't it? Hot air balloon, close train, in space.
Space?
Oh, where there's a will, there's a way. It's a long way off for you, isn't it?
What, the menopause? No, I'm in it now. Look.
Oh, Tony, or Tone, my friend.
Tony, you seem like a lot of fun. But I'm 50 now. I know I don't look it, but I am. And I've spent most of my adult life putting other people's feelings and needs before my own, even those of complete strangers like you, just politely listening along. And I'm not going to do that for a bit, and it feels so great. Time, Tony, is the most precious thing we have. Just squander it. And your time, Tony, it's not more valuable than mine, is it? No, it isn't. No. So I'm going to sit here, read my book, drink my pint. You can either sit there and be quiet or go away. I'm not buying you a drink. And I'm not chatting about rape in space. All right?
Any chance for a blowjob there?
Not until I finish this chapter, anyway.
Oh, Sally, my dear, it's you I'd be kissing. Oh, Sally, my dear, it's you I'd be kissing. She smiled and replied, you don't know what you're missing. Oh, Sally, my dear, I wish I could wed you. Oh, Sally, my dear, I wish I could wed you.
Fresh, anything I punch right now is fresh. Everything in my life right now blessed. What's so hard? No time to rest.
Coors, serving up fresh comedy on 4.
Jay and Laura are battling it out to find Britain's best beach huts.
They're like soldiers stuck to a pension.
People pay millions here.
Well, not for sale.
Arizona.
This is what you call a beach hut, you.
Britain's best beach huts on Channel 4. Stream weekly. Watch live Thursday at 8.
It was just a crazy 2 weeks.
We needed to evacuate a very large number of people.
Never seen desperation like that.
Told across 3 consecutive nights.
They're expecting that we are taking all of them.
The dramatic story of the British escape from Kabul. Evacuation on Channel 4. Stream or watch live from Sunday at 9.
At Channel 4, we want to know what you're thinking about our shows, talent, what you'll have for dinner, all of it.
but we want you to be able to do this and get a response in the same way you reached out. So if you're a BSL user, you can contact us in real time through our website or the Sign Video app.
Strong language and adult humour now on Channel 4, as Linda is about to meet the Pigman in The Change.
Coors, serving up fresh comedy on 4.
Oh, mother, my mother, cruel mother country.
I've a mind to smash the dead fucker's headstone in, like they did with Savills.
I could have been a lion tamer if I took that scholarship.
And I a magician. He's still right, you know, David Copperfield.
We're just careers we lost, Carm.
We killed about any man in this town.
Our dog.
Gave our whole lives to that calf, and this is how he thanks us. We won't hand our legacy over to some undeserving bastard without a bite.
I'll get Psychic Sandra to get hold of him. Tear him a new one.
He won't answer, the dead coward. The Fader thinks he's had the last word by dying. He's got another thing coming.
Oh. Oh, God. Oh, 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 thank you. Lovely.
Okay, bye then.
Pick up, Linda. Steve's told me you've gone to find a time capsule in a tree. In a forest of 20 million trees. Well, he might have fallen for it, but I haven't. And what's all this shit about a jaw ledger? We're women, Linda. This is what we do. It's what we've always done. What makes you so bloody special? Nothing, that's what. So stop whinging and moaning about being a woman and come home. The kid said Steve smells already.
Today's show is about men's sense of entitlement and where it comes from. I was at a friend's daughter's 9th birthday recently, and we were about to do the cake. And her little brother came out with a poo on a plate with 9 candles stuck in it.
And his mum, my friend, laughed. And you know, it got me thinking that we don't have the same love of
Tolerance for little girls' behavior. If a little girl came out with a poo on a plate with candles stuck in it at her brother's birthday, you would have her psychologically assessed, as little girls were asked to smile, be nice, put that pigeon down. Is it our reluctance to call out the bad behavior of boys what leads to their sense of superiority and entitlement? And is that the root cause of everything that's wrong in the world? Lines are open.
Chemically castrate all boys.
Yeah, you can't keep calling in and saying that, Becky. Right, line 2. Agnes. Yes.
There ain't gonna be no eel king at this year's eel festival.
We're having a woman instead.
Wow. That's gonna ruffle some feathers. Ryan on line 3.
I don't understand. You asked to have an eel queen when tradition says it's always been.
Sorry, Brian, the
eel
line seems to be cutting out. I can't really.
Shh.
And lastly, one final reminder before I hand over to the murderer. Tony's tackle will be out again for my life drawing class tonight. Great news about the eel queen, murderer.
Not today, Joy. I'm not in the mood. Joy, can I?
Yes.
See.
All right.
Thank you.
Hot flush. I'm on my 7th of the day. I'm sorry about the bell, by the way. Shouldn't you just take it off or maybe put a sign up warning people?
Oh, no. Everyone knows. It's simple. If we're talking, we're walking.
Oh. Is that
Tony?
Yeah, Tony, yeah. I met him in the pub last night.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Huh. They've really captured the essence of him, haven't they?
I hear a caravan's looking pucker.
Right.
News travels fast around here. Linda? Hey. Coffee?
Yes, please, yeah. That'd be lovely. Sweet.
They. Ryan's non-binary.
He says it like it is, taking on the Wugarati one snowflake at a time, giving it to you straight and unfiltered. It's the murderer.
Good morning, good morning. I was going to speak to you about immigration on the show today and ask you, with the NHS in crisis, isn't the taxpayers' money better spent dealing with an Englishman's cancer than an African's AIDS? But that will have to wait till tomorrow, because today we are up against it with the feminazis.
That's right. I've heard of the eel sisters ridiculous, frankly offensive idea of replacing the eel king with a queen.
Eel Festival. Well, not if I've got anything to do with it, they won't. I'm all for equality of the sexes, but not if that means men missing out. The men of this town have got nothing. Nothing. And you take away the Ariel King, well, that's the type of thing that tipped me over the edge. And with male suicide rates at an all-time high, today I'm asking, is feminism literally killing men? Listen to this.
He had a very hard lockdown. First he lost his sister, and then he lost his job. He actually went out to the forest to end it all. But then he saw some nesting birds in an old oak tree, and he couldn't bear to do it in front of them. We were just talking about your uncle. Every family has a problematic uncle that they have to tolerate over Christmas, but Ryan was with theirs all year round. Is everything okay?
If you're still around Saturday, you should come to our cat speed dating night.
Speed dating for cats?
I set up a charity matching homeless cats up with the elderly, and we have a date night in the pub.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, it gets pretty wild. We had to pay for security.
Biting, scratching, spraying all over the walls and furniture.
The cat's in no trouble there.
You should tell those eel sisters you don't like eels, or they'll keep leaving them on your step for you.
What?
Don't worry, you'll get used to the forest grapevine.
Oh, I need to go as well, actually.
I hope you find your tree. I'm Joy, by the way.
Jesus. I need to close my brain today.
Spanish!
My door's open. 3 o'clock in the morning, my door's open.
Oh, you haven't got to be kidding me.
I didn't mean to find it on the first day, St. Anthony.
Gores, serving up fresh comedy on 4.
In a Channel 4 special, Jon Snow looks back
Snipers still in many of the buildings.
on a remarkable career.
He was fearless. I think we all owe it to humanity that we do get involved, and that is the guiding principle of good shows.
Jon Snow, a witness to history on Channel 4. Stream now. Watch live from Sunday at 10.
Welcome to Popmaster TV, the music quiz where the first question is, did you know me on the radio? The 5 contestants test their metal and pop's toughest test. You're gorgeous. Thank you so much. Let's play Popmaster.
Popmaster TV on More 4. Stream daily or watch live from tomorrow at 8.
You have to get out now. What? They found us.
Christian is as good as dead.
He's a smart kid.
You've heard of an eye for an eye. Brand new series, there'll be no regrets. Before We Die on Channel 4. Stream all episodes now. Watch live tomorrow at 9.
Gores, serving up fresh comedy on 4.
Hi, Lynn.
Oh.
Oh, Jesus! You scared the shit out of me.
Wait! I've got pepper spray up here if you try anything.
Is it course or ground?
What, you think this is funny? A lone woman trapped up a tree.
I'm sorry, it was just a little joke to try and put you in.
Ah.
What are you doing anyway?
I was given the all clear for the boar. This is where they come for their breakfast.
The boar?
Yeah, the wild pigs.
There's wild pigs?
Yes.
Here?
Yeah.
Now?
Yeah, and they're a little bit confused now.
Oh, they're confused.
Yeah, because I told them it was safe, and then I told them to wait because of you.
Oh, can you ask them to wait a little bit longer?
Oh, they won't hurt you.
Please.
Okay. I'll board them off. Home.
You know, you men should be more self-aware of how threatening you know, you killed more women than cancer, wars, malaria, and traffic accidents combined.
I try and keep myself busy.
Oh my God. What did you just say?
Looks like you know your way around the road.
Yeah, well, it's been a while, but it all
The Hawkers wouldn't have harmed you, by the way. They're only youngins. They lost their mum. This is where they come for their morning truffles.
But so why?
Some people want to keep their numbers down. I don't really agree with that, so I try to keep an eye on that.
You keep an eye out for the pigs when they're digging for truffles?
Yeah.
Oh. That's nice.